É Portugal 441, wind 210 degrees, 6 knots, runway 20, clear to land. É Portugal 1310, tower, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on short funnel, clear line up and wait, runway 20 from 5 behind there, Portugal 1310.
Sim, vou aumentar. Piada, então para aqui. Portugal 1310, wind 230 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1310.
É Portugal 441, taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 11755. É Portugal 1023, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach. Portugal 1023, arriba do speed 160 knots. Close command to Foxtrot Charlie, wind 210 degrees, 7 knots, runway 20, clear to land. É Portugal 82 Whiskey Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, line up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, via Nissan 5, line up and wait behind Airport, Portugal 822.
Charlie 22 Whiskey, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, please for takeoff.
20, please take off, Portugal 822.
Postman to Foxtrot Charlie, taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 11755. Então 647, Tower, bom dia, copy speed, continue approach.
Portugal 1023, wind 210 degrees, 6 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Point 75, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 210 degrees, 6 knots, speed 180. Portugal 1322, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and 8 behind. Line landing traffic, short final, clear to land, operator, runway 20, uniform 5 behind, Portugal 1322. Portugal 647, continue approach runway 20, Embraer 1905, landing up. Portugal 1322, be ready for immediate. Before immediate, Portugal 1322. Possibly before? 1322, second. Go. Portugal 1322, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, please for immediate takeoff. Okay. Immediate takeoff, Portugal 1322, please. Portugal 1023, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 12.755.
1, ground 11755, Portugal 1023, Portugal.
Portugal 647, 617 in approach speed, Embraer 195 now rolling, we check to 10 degrees, 8 knots, expect plate landing today. Portugal 647, after departing Embraer 1905, wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Mike November, Lisboa Tower, good morning. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and 8 behind.
Uniform 5, behind the landing traffic, line up runway 20, runway behind, 1 Mike November, bom dia.
Taxi 1 Mike November, wind 230 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, bye bye, quality 1 Mike November.
Portugal 647, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Golf 2, ground 121.755, Portugal 647, sorry.
Romeo Lima, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 10 degrees, 9 knots. Portugal 575, wind 10 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 48 November, muito bom dia, behind traffic, now landing runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Muito bom dia, behind the landing traffic, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, runway 20, Portugal 48.
November, wind 230 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 48 November.
Portugal 575, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
Ground 121.755, Portugal 575.
Portugal 829, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 10 degrees and 9 knots. Speed 160, sir. Portugal 8 Romeo Lima, wind 10 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land. If enable Hotel 1, Hotel 3. Portugal minor 40, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, be uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Direto, minor 40, we were anticipating the slot. Aeroporto airborne at 11, will be ready at time 11, not before.
Portugal minor 40, roger in that case. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, cross runway 20, behind, continue taxi via uniform, Sierra 4, rolling point.
And the traffic on short final runway 20, continue via uniform. Correct, and it's gone and
Third 151, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, confirm ready. we're ready. Source 151 plotter traffic ahead will cross the runway, so behind traffic that will cross the runway, uniform, line up and wait behind.
Open information, behind on traffic, line up and wait behind, uniform feather, source 151.
Portugal 940, please expedite crossing as much as possible.
Expediting here, Portugal 940.
Portugal 829, reduce speed 150. Source 151, be ready for immediate.
Part 1, source 151.
Portugal 8 from Lima, continue taxi uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Department Lima, ground 1.755, so we have the approach, okay, 7.
Operatores 151, wind 220 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff, traffic formal.
Copy information, clear for takeoff, runway 20, source 151.
Continue approach runway 20, Airbus 320 lining up for departure, wind check 220 degrees, 8 knots. Area 05 Sierra Echo, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind check 220 degrees, 8 knots. Portugal 829 after departing Airbus 320, wind 220 degrees, 8 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Iberia 05 Sierra Echo, reduce speed 160 knots. Portugal 940, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Iberia 05 Sierra Echo, reduce now speed to 150 knots. Traffic select. Runway 40, wind 220 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 829, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 1, ground 121.
Chile Tech, Lisboa, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 210 degrees, 7 knots, reduce speed 160. Iberia 05 Sierra Echo, wind 210 degrees, 7 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Portugal 552 November, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up runway behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, line up runway behind, uniform 5, Portugal 552 November.
Portugal 552 November, wind 220 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, com voo.
Clear for takeoff, Portugal 552 November, muito obrigado,
Aviation 05 Sierra Echo, continue by the right, uniform left, scope 2, contact ground 121.755.
Left call 2, obrigado, 05 Sierra Echo.
Swelling 72 Juliet Echo, wind 210 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 49 Lima, Lisboa Tower, wind 1 dia. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up runway behind.
Bom dia, behind traffic, short final, uniform 5, line up runway 20, behind Portugal 49 Lima.
Hotel Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 220 degrees, 8 knots. Portugal 49 Lima, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, on voo.
20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 49 Lima, bom dia.
Spelling 72 Juliet Echo, continue by the right, uniform left Lima, contact ground 121.755.
72 Juliet Echo, thank you.
Europa 78 Echo Delta, Lisboa Tower 28, uniform line up runway 20.
Bom dia, Europa 78 Echo Delta, line up runway, GB uniform 5, runway 30, Europa 78 Echo Delta.
Europa 78 Echo Delta, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 30, clear for takeoff, bom dia, obrigado, Europa 78 Echo Delta.
Airport Shield 9 Romeo Hotel, wind 210 degrees, 9 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Approved. Portugal 832, Roger, uniform, line up on 820. Line up on 820, Portugal 832. Portugal 9 Romeo Hotel, continue by the left, Golf 2, hold short of Quebec, contact ground 121.755. Eight 32, wind 220 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye bye, Volvo. Takeoff, this way. 04 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 220 degrees, 11 knots.
Sorry, 344, holding short to runway 20 at altitude.
Study 344, behind the departing TP, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi Sierra 4 rolling point, please expedite crossing.
Behind the departing 320, cross runway 20 and taxi Sierra, sorry, 344 will cross.
Sierra 4 rolling point, sir.
Holding point, say again, 344.
Sierra 4 holding point.
Sierra 4 holding point, sorry, 344.
Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, confirm ready.
Alpha Bravo.
Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, we will need 1 minute more. Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, Roger, hold short runway 20, call you back.
Runway 20, Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo.
Portugal 104 Heavy, wind 220 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Enable Hotel 1, Hotel 3. Check 230 degrees, 9 knots. At Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And the traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind at Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo.
Portugal 557 Hotel, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 230 degrees, 10 knots. Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
For takeoff runway 20, Portugal 7 Alpha Bravo, está logo obrigado.
Portugal 104 Heavy, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Left Lima, ground at 1.755.
Qatari 344 Heavy, Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Qatari 344, wind 220 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye. Portugal 757, Papa Lisboa, Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees and minor knots, reduce speed to 150 knots. Portugal 557 Hotel, wind 230 degrees, minor knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Stop bar, hold short line.
At 87 Alpha Lisboa Tower, hold at the stop bar, I'll call you back.
Stop bar.
Portugal 1687 Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Muito bom dia, Portugal 1687, behind landing traffic, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Portugal 1687, wind at the end, 230 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Portugal 1687, clear for takeoff 20. Bom dia, bom serviço, saúde.
Portugal 557 Hotel, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755, até já.
Aeroporto, Lima, ground control, coming in, Delta, Hotel.
Portugal 63 Golf Lima, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 7 knots. Portugal 757 Papa, wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 430 Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Yeah, behind the traffic landing, runway 20, line up and wait behind, runway 20, by uniform 5, call 430.
Etihad 87 Alpha, taxi to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of runway 20.
Taxi to the holding point, Alpha 6, runway 20, hold short runway 20,
Short runway 20 at the visual holding point on Alpha 6.
hold short runway 20 at visual holding point,
Portugal 430, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 430.
Portugal 757 Papa, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 12 Anderson 755. Portugal 63 Golf Lima, wind 230 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Etihad 87 Alpha, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, cross runway 20, behind, continue taxi to Sierra 4 holding point.
Behind the landing traffic, cross runway 20, behind, Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20.
Portugal 56 Delta Papa, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 230 degrees, 11 knots. Portugal 5 Delta Lima, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Confirm ready.
Negative, Delta Lima, bom dia.
Portugal 5 Delta Lima, Roger, the traffic ahead will cross the runway soon, so continue to uniform 5 holding point, report ready.
Continue to uniform 5, also cleared and we'll call ready for Portugal 5 Delta Lima.
Portugal 63 Golf Lima, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform left Golf 2, 117. 63 Golf, Monday.
Delta Papa, continue approach runway 20, we have a follow me on the runway performing partial runway inspection, I'll call you back. One Niner Zulu Papa, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind check 230 degrees, 12 knots. Falei One Niner Zulu Papa, reduce 160 knots.
Ready for departure at uniform 5, holding shot.
Portugal 56 Delta Papa, wind 230 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 5 Delta Lima, behind traffic on final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 5 Delta Lima.
Portugal 5 Delta Lima, wind 240 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff on voo.
20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 5 Delta Lima, muito obrigado, respondi.
Portugal 56 Delta Papa, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, all short of Quebec, contact ground, 121.755. Portugal 675, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind check 220 degrees, 14 knots, reduce speed 160. Press Alay 19 Zulu Papa, wind 220 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Etihad 87 Alpha, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up runway to behind. At 87 Alpha, wind 230 degrees, 7 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. SLA 19 Zulu Papa, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121 755. Shell 675, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 432, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up runway behind.
Bom dia, behind the landing traffic, short final, runway 20, line up wind behind runway 20, Portugal 432.
Portugal 432, wind 230 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom voo.
Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 432, obrigado, até já.
Portugal 675, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Right, the uniform left goes to and 121.755, obrigado.
Bora, 121 Bravo, Papa, fully ready for departure.
Air 21 Bravo, Roger, ready, stand by. Short runway 20.
Bora, 121 Bravo.
Air 21 Bravo, Papa, uniform, line up runway 20.
Upper right runway 20, 121 Bravo, Papa.
Aeroporto, respect, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind check 200 degrees, 11 knots, confirm you are requesting at the end of the runway. Air 21 Bravo Papa, wind 230 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 20, 121 Bravo, Papa, bye-bye.
Ryanair 840 respect, DXG Star, Hotel 1, Hotel 3, if unable any of them, the end of the runway is available. Fort Sierra Quebec, wind 210 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 535, Lisboa Tower, wind 1 dia, continue approach runway 20, wind check 210 degrees, 12 knots. Portugal 1354, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Line up and wait behind Portugal 1354.
Portugal 535, reduce speed 150 knots.
Quebec 18 Hotel 1.
Thank you. Thank you. Portugal 1354, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic formal.
20, clear takeoff, support, contact vessel.
And Air 84 Sierra Quebec, continue by right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755. And Air 84 Sierra Quebec, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755.
1755, uniform Lima, and Air 84 Sierra Quebec.
So 535, wind 220 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear to land.
Aeroporto 902, Victor Charlie, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Behind traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind the Portugal 902, Victor Charlie, bom dia. Minor 2 Victor Charlie, wind 220 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 902 Victor Charlie, bom dia. Portugal 535, continue taxi via uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Portugal 006, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, 220 degrees, 9 knots, Roger, Auto 3. Transat 481, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, confirm ready upon reaching.
Yeah, we're ready, Air Transat 481.
Transat 481, Roger, via Hotel 5, line upon wait runway, correction, via Uniform 5, line upon wait runway 20, revise Canadian 1012.
Okay, 1012 via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Air Transat 481.
Pascal 006, revise Canadian 1012, continue approach. Transat 481, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 210 and 270 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, confirm.
Clear takeoff, Air Transat 481.
Pascal 006, wind 220 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Pascal 1436, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up behind. Airport call 1436.
Pascal 443, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 220 degrees, 14 knots. Pascal 1436, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 190 and 270 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, confirm.
For takeoff, runway 20, Pascal 1436.
Pascal 006, continue taxi via Gosto, contact ground 120.755, bom dia. Obrigada, igualmente. Pascal 443, wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 200 and 280 degrees, gusting 20 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Bird 5 Lima India, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 900 knots, gusting 20 knots. Tam 8147, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, vai a Alpha Cross Runway 20, expedite crossing. Tam 8147. Pascal 443, continue, taxi by Uniform Lima, contact ground 120.755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima, contacting ground 12755, bom dia. Airport Golf Alpha 3.
Tam 8147, Lisboa Tower.
Go ahead, bom dia.
Tam 8147, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, vai a Alpha Cross Runway 20.
Alpha Cross Runway 20, turn 8147.
Também 2147, continue taxi via Serra, holding point Serra 4, runway 20.
Serra 3, Serra 4, runway 20, turn 8147.
Teammate 147, confirm holding point Sierra 4.
The holding point is Sierra 4, turn 8147.
Speedbird 5 Lima India, wind 250 degrees, 7 knots, variable between 200 and 300 degrees, gusting 20 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 6 Mike Sierra Lisboa Tower, bom dia, confirm ready upon reaching.
You're ready for reaching, so 616.
Portugal 6 Mike Sierra, Roger by uniform 5, land upon wait runway 20.
Uniform 5, land upon wait runway 20, so.
Portugal 6 Mike Sierra, wind 240 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, novo.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, so 6 mais 7, muito obrigado, muito mais.
Obrigado, igualmente. Bird 5 Lima India, continue taxi via uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121 decimal 755, bom dia. Chem 8147 Heavy via Sierra 4 line up and wait runway 20.
Line up and wait, runway 20, turn 8147.
Portugal 1032 behind the departing traffic runway 20 via tank cross runway 20 behind.
Yeah, departing traffic, cross runway 20 behind, Portugal 1032.
Chem 8147 traffic information, traffic crossing the runway on tank. Aeroporto 1032, continue taxi via Sierra, holding point Sierra 4, runway 20.
Continue via Sierra, Sierra 4, holding point 20, Portugal 1032.
Jam 8147, wind 230 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, favor. Obrigada, igualmente. Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 220 degrees, 9 knots, gusting 19 knots. Call 988 Charlie X-ray, wind 230 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 200 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Air Force 5 Delta Quebec Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 220 degrees, 16 knots. Iberia 05 Delta Delta Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And then on big traffic, line up and wait, uniform 5 behind, Iberia 05 Delta Delta.
Correction, and 54 Delta Quebec Hotel, thank you for the information. Canal 5 for Delta Quebec, please speak 160 knots. Affirm, sir, 160 knots. Iberia 05 Delta Delta, wind 230 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, over.
For takeoff, 20, Iberia 05 Delta Delta, bye.
Moscow main rate Charlie X-ray, continue taxi via Uniform Golf 2, contact ground 120.755, bom dia. Obrigada, igualmente. Air 54 Delta Quebec, wind 220 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 200 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. And 680 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on Praga, line up and wait behind uniform 5, runway.
Pioneer 41 Motel, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 220 degrees, 14 knots. One 032, all short of runway 20, number 2 for departure, I'll call it back. Delta Delta, contact approach 119, decimal 105, adios.
Run 105, Iberia 05 Delta Delta, adios.
Batman 680 Charlie, wind 230 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, over. Ryanair 54 Delta Quebec, continue taxi via Uniform Lima, contact ground 120.755, bom dia.
From 755, okay, Ryanair 54, okay.
Ryanair 41 Lima Hotel, wind 230 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 200 and 260 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Aeroporto 1032, behind traffic on short final runway 20 via Serra 4, line up and wait behind. Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 230 degrees, 15 knots. Airport call 1032, wind 230 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Ryanair 41 Lima Hotel, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Direto 36 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 230 degrees, 15 knots. Approach 66 Papa Delta, wind 230 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear ground. Roger. November uniform Lisboa Tower, 1 year behind traffic on short final runway 20 via uniform 5 line up and wait behind.
Traffic, line up and wait from uniform 5, runway 20, 193 uniform.
993 November uniform, confirm behind the traffic.
Behind the traffic, 193 November uniform behind.
November uniform, hold short of runway 20, cancel line up clearance.
Swelling, holding short 193 November uniform.
Thank you, there's no spacing, I will call you back.
Copy.
Airport 036, wind 230 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear stand. Airport 66, Papa Delta, continue via Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. November 59509 Charlie, Quebec, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 230 degrees, 13 knots. Rally 9 November uniform behind traffic on short final runway 20 by uniform 5 on up and wait behind.
Traffic, line up and wait, uniform 5, runway 20 behind 193 November uniform.
Boeing 903 November uniform, wind 230 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
For takeoff, runway 20, Boeing 903 November uniform.
Go 036, continue taxi via Gosto, contact ground 120 knots, 755, bom dia. November 509 Charlie, Quebec, wind 240 degrees, wind 3 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Air Canada 812, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 12 knots. Airport Commander 3 Zulu Romeo, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind waiting traffic, correction behind traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
To Triple Papa November, continue taxi to visual holding point, short of runway 20.
Copy, continue taxi to visual holding point at Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
Airport Commander 3 Zulu Romeo, wind 230 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Airport Commander 3 Zulu Romeo, obrigado pela serviço.
November 509 Charlie, Quebec, continue taxi via uniform Gosto, contact ground 120 decimal 755, bom dia. Porsche 2 Triple Papa November, behind departing traffic runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind.
0 via Tango, cross runway, no, 23 Papa.
Porsche 2 Triple Papa November, continue taxi via Sierra, holding point Sierra 4, runway 20.
Taxi to Sierra, to Aeroporto, point 20, to Triple Papa.
Air Canada 812, wind 250 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 210 and 280 degrees, runway 20, cruise 1. Approach call 1922, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Muito bom dia, behind the Air Canada, on short final runway 20, line up and wait behind runway 20, via uniform 5, Aeroporto, 1922.
Portugal 1922, wind 230 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 1922. Delgado, bom dia, boa noite.
Obrigado, igualmente. Canadá 812, continue taxi via Gosto, contact ground, run decimal, 755, bom dia. Tower, bom dia, vai uniforme 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Então, 5, line up and wait 20, aeroporto, chegou 86, bom dia.
Portugal 868, wind 230 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
20, Portugal 868.
Portugal 252, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 11 knots. Portugal 12 Lima Mike, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, boa tarde.
Boa tarde, vai Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, canal 12 Lima Mike.
Minus 252, possible wind here on final, advise if you experience. Portugal 12 Lima Mike, wind 230 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, canal 12 Lima Mike.
Portugal 155 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Confirm that you have the departing traffic inside.
Confirm, Portugal 155 Alpha.
Portugal 155 Alpha, Roger behind the departing traffic via Tango, cross runway 20 behind.
Departing traffic via Tango, cross runway 20, Portugal 155 Alpha.
One 55 Alpha, continue taxi via Sierra, holding point Sierra 4, runway 20.
We'll continue to holding point Sierra 4, runway 20, airport 155 Alpha.
Portugal, Niner 252, wind 260 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal, Niner 21, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 11 knots, and possible wind shear on final report if experienced. Portugal 23 Papa November, Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final runway 20, via Sierra 4 line up and wait behind. Oscar 23 Papa November, wind 240 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 210 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, control. Oscar 9252, continue taxi by Uniform Lima, contact ground, 121.755, bom dia. Oscar 012 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 8 knots. Oscar 921, wind 270 degrees, 8 knots, variable between 230 degrees and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Oscar 15 Lima Delta, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic on short final runway 20, vai uniform 5 line up and wait behind.
Muito bom dia, behind the traffic on short final runway 20, vai uniform 5 line up and wait behind, Portugal 15 Lima Delta.
So 012 Heavy, be advised possible wind shear on final, report if experienced. Oscar 82 Whiskey Tango, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 9 knots, possible wind shear on final, report if experienced. Oscar 15 Lima Delta, wind 230 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, convo.
For takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 15 Lima Delta.
Oscar 1921, continue via uniform Lima. Did you experience any wind shear? Clear contact ground 120.755, bom dia. Nada igualmente. Pascal 012, wind 260 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear flat. Flight 3760 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind leading traffic runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, behind the landing traffic, line up and wait runway 20, looks here 3760.
Sir 760, be ready for immediate departure. Sir 3760, wind 230 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
For immediate takeoff, looks at 3760.
Oscar 012, continue taxi by uniform Golf 2, and did you experience any wind shear? Pascal 012, thank you sir, contact ground 120.755, bom dia.
Lisboa ground 120.755, Portugal 012, muito obrigado por vir.
Obrigada, igualmente. Rock 82 standing, wind 270 degrees, 8 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear flat. Pascal 155 Alpha behind the traffic on short final runway 20 by Sierra Forman and runway behind. Portugal 155 Alpha, wind 240 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. Shamrock 82 Tango, continue taxi via Uniform Lima, contact ground 120.755, bom dia.
Uniform Lima, Uniform Lima, 120.755, bom dia.
Aeroporto 1452, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, vai Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Muito bom dia, correction, sorry man. By Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 1452.
For 1452, wind 250 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
Please take off runway 20, Portugal 1452.
Sierra Hotel Juliet 01, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 7 knots. Delgado, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, vai Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Ryanair 908 Foxtrot.
Niner 8 Foxtrot Delta, wind 250 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Ryanair 98 Foxtrot Delta.
Air 01, wind 240 degrees, 10 knots, runway 20, clear flight. 86 Alpha Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 10 knots, stay firm, you can release. The 01, revised QNH 1013. And at 86 Alpha Zulu, continue approach runway 20, revised QNH 1013. Portugal 10 Mike Delta, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, revised QNH 1013, break, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and 8 behind.
QNH 1013, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, line up and 8 behind, by uniform 5, Delta 10 Mike Delta.
Show 10 Mike Delta, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic formal.
For takeoff, runway 20, Vertical 10 Mike Delta.
Charger 01, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground, 121.755. Portugal 16 Lima, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind check 230 degrees, 12 knots. Degrees, 12 knots. Ryanair 86 Alpha Zulu, wind 230 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear plan. France LA 46 uniform Gosto, Lisboa Tower, hello, revised QNH 1013, break. Behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and 8 behind.
Behind landing traffic from uniform 5, we line up and wait behind, and QNH 1013 from the 46 uniform Gosto.
LA 46 uniform Golf, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, France LA 46 uniform Golf.
Ryanair 86 Alpha Zulu, continue by the right uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform 1, 121.755.
7 Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue taxi to the visual holding point Tango 5, hold short runway 20.
To the visual holding point Tango 520, hold short 520, pode começar.
Roll 216 Lima, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. If unable, Hotel 1, Hotel 3. Easy 65 November Mike, Lisboa Tower, good day. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 16 knots, cruise speed 160. Portugal 1901, Lisboa Tower, wind 1 D, revised QNH 1013, break behind traffic, short final runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
The QNH 1013 behind traffic, short final, line up and wait 20 behind, push 1901.
Portugal 1901, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for stop.
Take off to 0, push 1901.
Portugal 216 Lima, continue by the left, Golf 2, contact ground 121755. Portugal 1527, behind parking traffic, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi Sierra 4, holding point, X-ray, crossing.
Passing departure runway 20, cross clear runway 20.
Right, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 13 knots. Portugal 1527, expedite crossing.
And expediting airport, Portugal 15.
G64 November Mike, continue approach runway 20, traffic crossing the runway, expect late landing clearance, wind check 240 degrees, 13 knots. G65 November Mike, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 52 Tango Papa, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Lisboa Tower, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, clear for line up and wait behind, Portugal 52 Tango Papa.
Delta 273 Heavy Lisboa Tower, good day, taxi to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of runway 20. Portugal 52 Tango Papa, wind 240 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 24, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 2052 Tango Papa, obrigado.
Easy 65 November Mike, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121755.
Right, on uniform, left on Golf 2 and ground 121755.
Good 73, hold position there, I'll call you back as soon as possible.
Hold here, Delta 273.
Air 1 Yankee, uniform Lisboa Tower, good day, continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 17 knots, speed 160. Air Portugal 048, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 1527, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up runway behind. Air 1 Yankee uniform, minimum approach speed. Flight 27, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, move over. Portugal 048, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121755. T46 Black Victor Tower. ED46 Black Victor, reduce to 160 knots, continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 16 knots. Air 1 Yankee uniform, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. ED46 Black Victor, wind check 240 degrees, 17 knots, speed 160. Delta 273, behind traffic, short final runway 20, via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind.
Okay, clear to cross 20 behind the landing traffic, Delta 273.
Ryanair 97 November, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform, line up and wait behind.
Okay, behind the running traffic and final, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, Ryanair 97 November.
Delta 273, additional traffic landing up on uniform 5, continue taxi to Sierra for holding point.
Continue taxi Alpha Sierra to holding point 20, Delta 273.
Air 97 November, traffic information, Boeing 767 crossing the runway.
Ryanair 97 November.
And 1 Yankee uniform, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755. Ryanair 97 November, wind at the end 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, have a nice flight.
For takeoff, this is runway 20, Ryanair 97 November. Muito obrigado.
Lisboa Tower, good day, continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 17 knots, reduce 160. Z46 back Victor, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. It's 65 Heavy Tower.
For United, 5 Heavy.
65 Heavy, report visually traffic on short final.
We have the traffic inside on short final, United 65 Heavy.
It's 65 Heavy, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi via Alpha Sierra to Sierra for holding point.
We will cross runway 20 behind landing traffic, and we'll continue Alpha 7 to the holding point 04 to runway 20 United 65.
Portugal 057 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, behind traffic, now landed on runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi via Tango Sierra, Sierra for holding point, give way to the United on your right hand side.
Traffic now landing runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, Sierra will give way to the United on the right, Portugal 057, bom dia, tudo bem?
Boas, tudo bem? Z46 back Victor, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755.
The right 11755, thank you for 46.
Top speed 35 X-ray Lima, wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Portugal 1924, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia, confirmado.
Affirm, Portugal 1924.
Portugal 1924, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short, final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 1924.
Portugal 1924, cancel line up clearance, hold short, runway 20, call you back.
Top line up clearance, hold short, runway 20, Portugal 1924.
KLM 1579, continue approach, runway 20. D35 X Lima, continue by the left, Golf 2, contact ground 121755.
Golf 2, 11755.
KLM 1579er, wind 240 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Stations at the holding point, expect some delay, there is a priority 1 helicopter, and I'll call you back. KLM 1579 and continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121755. Hotel, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 14 knots, reduce 160. Portugal 1924, via uniform, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for line up and take off from Volvo.
Uniform 5, clear for line up and take off runway 20, Portugal 1924.
Azul 8901, Lisboa Tower, hello. Taxi to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
Hello, runway 15, correction, runway 20, hold short, runway 20, Tango 5.
Azul 8901, are you able to expedite?
Affirmed, Azul 8901.
8901, Roger. Continue taxi to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
Taxi to visual holding point, Tango 5, hold short, runway 20, Azul 8901.
Portugal 13 Lima Hotel, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 11 Mike Golf, Lisboa Tower. On Mike Golf, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 16 knots, reduce speed 160. Delta 273, behind traffic, short final runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up runway 29. Portugal 13 Lima Hotel, revise QNH 1012. Portugal 11 Mike Golf, revise QNH 1012, please keep reducing speed. Alpha 273, revised QNH 1012, break wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 13 Lima Hotel, continue Lima, contact ground 121755. United 65 Heavy, revised QNH 1012, break, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, Lana Panamá, behind. United 65, wind 240 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 11 Golf, continue by the right uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Air Portugal 057 Heavy, revised QNH 1012, via Sierra 4, Lana Panamá, runway 20. Azul 8901, behind departing United, Boeing 787, cross runway 20 behind and continue taxi to Sierra 4 holding point.
Passing traffic, clear to cross runway 20 behind, taxi, Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20, 901.
Platoon 37 November, Lisboa Tower, good morning, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 15 knots. Portugal 057, just for information, Boeing 777 crossing the runway. Azul 8901, expedite crossing, and Airbus 330 lining up on Sierra 4.
Azul 8901.
Portugal 057 Heavy, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, bom voo, um abraço, Fred. Nine001, revised QNH 1012.
QNH 1012, 28901.
November, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 907 St. Juliet, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, speed 160. Firm 160. Ryanair 903 Quebec Foxtrot Lisboa Tower, good morning, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, uniform 5, London runway behind.
Landing traffic on short final, uniform 5, uniform weight behind, Ryanair 93 Quebec Foxtrot.
Air 907 X-ray Juliet, minimum approach speed. Platoon 37 November, Fable, vacate by the left on Alpha, if unable, Auto 1.
Able, Alpha.
It's the next left turn Alpha.
We'll make it to 293 November, we'll turn left.
You just missed Alpha, sir. Continue straight ahead.
Straight ahead, 293 November.
Air 903 Quebec Foxtrot revision. Continue by the right, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra for rolling point.
Continue by the runway and then Sierra for holding point, Ryanair 393 Quebec Foxtrot.
Platoon 37 November, continue by the right, uniform, left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Ryanair 907 X-ray Juliet, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 903 Quebec Foxtrot, thank you for the help. Azul 8901 Heavy, behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up runway to behind. holding point on Tango 5, hold short of runway 20.
To the visual holding point runway 20, position Tango 5, airport 103 heavy.
Hold short of runway 20.
Hold short runway 20, airport 103 heavy.
Azul 8901, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Ryanair 907 X-ray Juliet, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 103 Heavy behind the departing traffic, cross runway 20 behind, continue taxi via Tango, Sierra to Sierra 4 holding point.
Behind the traffic departure runway 0 cross runway 20 to the other side, and taxi to the holding point runway 0 taking Sierra 4 north.
Ryanair 903 Quebec Foxtrot via Sierra, line up runway 20, be advised Airbus 330 crossing the runway. Line up runway 20. Portugal 103 F, expedite crossing, traffic lining up on Sierra 4.
Portugal 103.
Portugal 072 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, maintain present speed as long as possible. Ryanair 903 Quebec Foxtrot, wind at midpoint 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye, have a nice flight. Portugal 072 Heavy, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 3 Charlie Bravo, Lisboa, tarde. Wings 3 Charlie Bravo, good day. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 240 degrees 17 knots, reduce speed 160. Portugal 223 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, muito bom dia. Behind traffic, short final runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20, behind.
Behind the traffic, runway 20, behind cross runway 20, by behind the Portugal 223.
Beaver 59 Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, confirm ready.
Hey, France, we have 5 Zulu.
Beaver 59 Zulu, behind traffic, short final runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait to behind.
Behind the landing traffic, by uniform 20, line up wait behind, we have 5 Zulu.
Wings 3 Charlie Bravo, minimum approach speed. Portugal 223 Heavy, cancel the crossing, hold at the visual in point 5, hold short of runway 20.
Cancel, speed off short, speed of runway 20, specify the Portugal.
Portugal 072 Heavy, expedite vacating after 1.
But I'm locating in Portugal 07.
Nana Zulu, wind 240 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff on Volvo.
20, clear for takeoff, speed by 5 over.
Chill 072 Heavy, continue by the right uniform, left Lima, contact ground 121755.
Uniform left to Lima, Portugal, position to cordialidade.
Charlie Bravo, wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, cleared flat. Pine 3871, Lisboa Tower. Portugal 103 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde novamente. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait to behind. Alpine 3871, Lisboa Tower. Alpine 3871, Lisboa Tower. Alpine 3871, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, reduce speed 160 knots. Bill 103 Heavy, wind 230 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 20, Portugal 103.
Wings 3 Charlie Bravo, continue taxi by the right to uniform left Lima, contact ground 121755.
Uniform left Lima 121.
Cal 223 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, please expedite crossing.
Behind the traffic, departing runway 20, cross runway 20 behind, mind Tango 5, expedite crossing and watch out for the
Cal 223, continue taxi via Tango Sierra Sierra for holding point, runway 20. Alpine 3871, continue approach, traffic crossing the runway, call you back. Wind 250 degrees 19 knots, variable between 210 and 270 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
Runway 20, Alpine 371.
Cal 051 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Behind landing traffic, runway 20, will cross runway 20 via Alpha 6 behind, Alpha Tower 051.
Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots. Fort Minor Bravo, Golf Lisboa Tower, hello, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, traffic crossing the runway. Good day, runner for Bravo Golf, uniform 5, ramp, wait runner. Cal 051, continue taxi via Alpha Sierra Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Alpha Sierra Sierra for holding point 20, Cal 051.
Continue taxi right to uniform left Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform Golf 2, 121.755, please 7
Fort Minor Bravo Golf, wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 20, clear for takeoff, runner for Bravo Golf. Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots. Turkish 1 Hotel November, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 3 behind, traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. Ground, this is 3, wind 240 degrees, 18 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Joanna, San November, continue taxi right, uniform left, goes to, contact ground 121.755.
Go to contact 121.755,
Joanna, San November, uniform left, goes to.
then Gosto, Joanna, no.
Calum 034, estou transmitindo. É 34 que é, obrigada. Tower 9 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continua para o runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots. Alpine 37 X-ray, Zulu, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Cal 051 behind, traffic short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. Cal 051, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Alpine 37 X-ray Zulu, continue taxi right, uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755. Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots. FK 1923, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. FK 1034 behind, traffic short funnel, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Traffic runway 20, line up and wait behind, via uniform 5, FK 1034.
Aeroporto 1153, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 100 knots. FK 1034, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bom voo. Now 1923, continue taxi right, uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Direct uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755 for 219.
Part 67 Papa Lima, wind 250 degrees, 100 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Hawk 4 Lima Kilo, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. Hawk 4 Lima Kilo, Lisboa Tower. Lisboa Tower.
Tower, Shima 4 Lima Kilo, uniform 5.
Hawk 4 Lima Kilo Tower, hello, behind the landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Clear to line up behind the landing traffic, uniform 5, Shima 4 Lima Kilo.
4 Lima Kilo, wind 240 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff. Sherman 4 Lima Kilo.
567 Papa Lima, continue taxi right uniform, then Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Ground 1,
Part runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 17 knots. Flight 752 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots. Alpha 1153, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Alpha Lima, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, report ready.
Bom dia, we have landed airport, come 6 Alpha Lima.
6 Alpha Lima, Roger, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Traffic on short final, we are clear to land up and wait, runway 20, via uniform 5, beyond Portugal, 6 Alpha Lima.
Airport, 16 Alpha Lima, could you ask for the traffic that lands if we experience any winds here?
6 Alpha Lima, of course.
No wind here, reported heavy changes in wind direction.
Thank you very much indeed.
Cal 16 Alpha Lima, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Portugal, 6 Alpha Lima.
For 1153, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Azul 8752, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots, maximum 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. E24 Tango Bravo, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind the traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
And the landing traffic by uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, easy 24 Tango Bravo.
Air 32 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 20 knots, maximum 30 knots. Air 32 Whiskey, Lisboa Tower. 32 Whiskey, should speed 160 knots or less. 24 Tango Bravo, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 23 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, easy 2 for Tango Bravo.
Go 8752, continue taxi right, uniform left, Gosto 2, contact the ground 121.755. Alfa Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 30 knots. Runway 32 Whiskey, continue approach, wind check 240 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 30 knots. Runway 32 Whiskey, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Cal 43 Tango Romeo Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Behind the traffic on final, line up and wait behind runway 20 airport, Chicago 43 Tango Romeo from uniform 5 behind. Cal 43 Tango Romeo, wind 240 degrees, 100 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Runway 20 airport, Chicago 43 Tango Romeo, obrigado.
Runway 32 Whiskey, continue taxi right, uniform then Lima, contact ground 121.755. Papa Tango, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 1 foot knots, maximum 30 knots. Cal 40 miles, wind 250 degrees, 1 foot knots, maximum 30 knots, runway 20, clear to land. November 509 at Charlie, Quebec, Lisboa Tower, hello, ready upon reaching.
We'll be ready upon reaching Uniform 509 Charlie, Quebec.
Number 509 at Charlie, Quebec, Roger, behind the traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
After behind the landing traffic, clear to line up and wait, runway 20 at Uniform 5, November 509 Charlie, Quebec.
November 509 at Charlie, Quebec, please expedite lining up.
Lining up and waiting, November 509, check back.
Apical 40 miles, continue taxi right uniform, then Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Right, then Lima, ground 121.755.
November 509 at Charlie, Quebec, wind 240 degrees, 100 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, November 509, check Quebec.
Apical 20 for Alpha, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 20 knots, maximum 30 knots. Agent 2 Papa Tango, wind 250 degrees, 22 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Alpha Alpha Bravo 41 Romeo, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind the traffic short funnel, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Behind traffic on final 20, line up and wait behind uniform 5. Alpha Bravo 41.
Alpha Bravo 41 Romeo, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Bravo 41, bye-bye.
Gen 2 Papa Tango, continue taxi right uniform left Golf 2, contact the ground 121.755.
Uniform Golf 2, 11755, Gen 2 Papa Tango, thank you.
Apical 204 Alpha, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear to land. 148 Hotel Quebec, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 28 knots. Easy for 3 Echo Hotel, Lisboa Tower, hello, ready upon reaching. Easy for 3 Echo Hotel, Roger, behind the traffic, short funnel, runway 20, via inform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Behind landing traffic, 5, uniform 5, 0, line up and wait, behind,
Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue to the visual loading point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Anybody here continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6 hold short runway 20, Portugal 109 ready.
Fine for 8 Hotel Quebec, reduce speed 160 knots or less. Hotel, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, Indigo, clear for takeoff.
Cal 204 Alpha, continue taxi right, uniform left, Foxtrot, contact ground 121.755. Cal 109 behind the departing traffic, runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Behind the departure traffic, near to cross runway 20 behind Portugal 109 ready.
Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 28 knots. Fine for 8 Hotel Quebec, continue approach, runway 20, expect late landing clearance, traffic crossing the runway. 109, please expedite crossing.
We'll expedite crossing at Portugal 109.
Continue taxi via Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Continue via Sierra for holding point, runway 20 at Portugal 109 ready.
Alpine 48 Hotel Quebec, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Top C72 Charlie Lima, Lisboa Tower, hello, ready upon reaching.
Alpha, good day, top C72 Charlie Lima.
C72 Charlie Lima behind the landing company traffic via uniform 5, line up runway 20 behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up behind runway 20, top C72 Charlie Lima.
Kilo, reduce speed 160 knots or less. 36 Kilo, did you copy? C72 Charlie Lima, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, top C72 Charlie Lima. Obrigado, tchau.
Fine 48 Hotel Quebec, continue taxi right, uniform left, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Golf 2, 121.755, Alpine 48 Hotel Quebec.
France 19 Juliet Quebec, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 28 knots. France 19 Juliet Quebec, confirm continue approach. Kilo, wind 250 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Cal 109 behind traffic short final runway 20 via Sierra 4 line up and wait runway 20 behind QNH 1013. Juliet Quebec continue approach, reverse QNH 1013. Please 36 kilo vacate by the left via Hotel 3.
36 kilo.
Kilo standby. Now 109 at wind 250 degrees 18 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff. 36 kilo continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755. Hawk 980 Echo Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees 18 knots. France 19 Juliet Quebec, wind 250 degrees 18 knots, runway 20 clear to land.
Lima, Surfer Lima, fully ready.
2M7 for Lima, D2X, turbulence separation, all short, runway 20, call you back. Now 68 Juliet Papa, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots. Hawk 980 Echo, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Express 1 Juliet, Quebec, continue taxi right to Uniform de Lima, contact ground 121.755. For Lima, behind the traffic, short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Behind the traffic on final, line up and wait via Uniform 5 behind, get 7 for Lima.
Juliet, Papa, reduce your minimum approach speed. Hawk 980 Echo, please continue straight ahead, expedite vacating via Hotel 1.
Expedite vacating Hotel 1, Hawk 980 Echo.
74 Lima, expedite landing up, be ready.
Go.
Calm 6 Juliet, Papa, please reduce minimum approach speed. KLM 74 Lima, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for immediate takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, KLM 7 Lima.
Royal Hawk 980 Echo, continue taxi right, Uniform left, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
By the lake.
3.5 Delta wind, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots.
Air Canada 811 Heavy, holding short, stop bars, runway 20.
Stand by, call you back. Scout 68 Juliet Papa, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Canada 811, Lisboa Tower, hello. Proceed to the visual loading point on Alpha 6, hold short, runway 20.
Visual holding point, Alpha 6, hold short 20, Air Canada 811.
Canada 811 behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind.
Landing traffic, cross runway 20 at Alpha 6, Air Canada 811.
Canada 811, continue taxi via Alpha Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Alpha 7 Sierra holding point, hold short runway 20, Air Canada 811.
Juliet Papa, continue taxi, right uniform left, Gosto 2, contact ground 121.755. Delta Whiskey, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. The 811, are you ready? Canada 811, Roger, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20 behind. One wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 210 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bird 5 Delta Whiskey, continue taxi right to uniform then Lima, contact the ground 121.755. Tanner Whiskey Tango Lisboa Tower, bom dia, ready upon reaching.
Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango.
Tanner Whiskey Tango, Roger, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango.
Tanner Whiskey Tango, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 25 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Uniform 5, clear for line up and takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 89 Whiskey Tango.
Victor Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. 797 Victor, continue approach runway 20. Lufthansa 997 Victor, please read back. Portugal to Hotel Mike, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, ready upon reaching.
Informe Portugal to Hotel Mike, muito bom dia.
Portugal to Hotel Mike, Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Portugal to Hotel Mike.
Portugal to Hotel Mike, wind 250 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 25 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal to Hotel Mike.
Hotel 028 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. Delgado 97 Victor, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Bravo Juliet, Lisboa Tower, hello, ready upon reaching.
Waiting for the cabin when I want to go there.
Zero Bravo Juliet, Roger, report ready.
We are ready now, right now, want to go Juliet.
Roger. 10 Bravo Juliet behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, please expedite landing up.
Behind landing traffic, lining up and wait, runway 20 behind, expediting right now to Roger.
Banana 7, Victor expedite vacating Hotel 1.
No, Victor, we take Hotel 1.
Bravo Juliet, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20 right now, 10 Bravo Juliet.
Tata 907 Victor, continue taxi via uniform 1, contact ground 121.755, bye-bye. Negative, uniform 1. Zero 28, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, cleared land. Aeroporto 120, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. Bom dia, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Bom dia, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and behind, when air 385.
Ryanair 385, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Clear for takeoff, Ryanair 385, bom dia.
Particle 028 heavy, continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Surge 120, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared land. Mike Victor Heavy, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots. 37 November, Lisboa Tower. Good afternoon. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And the landing traffic, runway 20, line up and wait behind. That's 37 November.
Copy. November QNH 1012, break, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Clear for 12, runway 20, clear for takeoff, platoon, please stand by, bye.
At approach 120, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, on the up. Emirates to my Victor, continue approach, QNH 1012. Stream Mike Victor, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, cleared to land. Part 1014, Lisboa Tower, when you're ready.
Part 1014.
1014, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Landing traffic, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind, approach 1012.
1014, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, gas tank 24 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, após consideração, obrigado.
Emirates 3 Mike Victor, turn left on Golf 2, hold short Quebec, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Airport go. Airport go 3 for Alpha Lisboa Tower 1, you're ready for departure. Airport go 3 for Alpha Lisboa Tower.
3 for Alpha.
Are you ready for departure?
1 minute, Airport 3 for Alpha.
Copy, coming ready.
Ready, Airport 3 for Alpha.
Airport go 237 Mike, Lisboa Tower 1 dia. Airport go 237 Mike Tower. Airport go 237 Mike 1 dia via Tango Cross runway 20, taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Sierra 4, holding point, crossing runway 20, taxi to Portugal to 237 Mike.
Vertical 3 for Alpha, my uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, traffic crossing the runway on Tango.
Line up and wait runway 20, uniform 5, 180 for Alpha.
Asking the 3 Lisboa Tower 1 dia, 15 approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 19 knots. Confirm established on the ILS. Copy. Vertical 3 for Alpha, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Airport 3 for Alpha.
Wind 35 Lisboa Tower 1 here, ready for departure. Wind 35 via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
Uniform 5, lining up runway 20.
35, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. One volt.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20, 5, obrigado.
Here 23, wind 260 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, cleared flat. Go from Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots. Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. Nostro 10 Golf Romeo, continue approach. There's a medical emergency helicopter landing at Lisbon. I'll call you back as soon as possible. Continue approach, Q&A. Question, continue approach. The wind is 260 degrees, 16 knots. Rescue 23, please vacate via Tango, hold short of whiskey.
Via Tango, short of whiskey, that's good.
Left on Tango, please. And Archer 10, Golf Romeo, please go around, QNH 1013. Rescue 23, copy, no problem. Taxi via Tango, hold short whiskey, please.
Taxi via Tango, holding short of whiskey, 53.
Archer Connect 60, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20. 10 go from you, contact approach 119.105.
119.105, adesso.
SK3 Obrigada, contact ground 121.755. Airport Niner 25, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear climb. Wind 260 degrees, 19 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees. To Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, copy the speed. Wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Airport Go 925, continue taxi by uniform 1, contact ground 121.755, for you.
11755, Airport Go 925, for you.
Airport Go 237, Mike, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind, break, QNH 1013. Control 201, copy. Hold position, I'll call you back shortly.
Position Control 201.
Affirm, you were supposed to hold before the stop bar, but that's okay. Please hold short of the runway and call you right back. Well, not me for sure, probably the ground. No problem. Mike, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, gusting 23 knots, running to 0, cleared for takeoff, full. Departure 1860, continue by uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755 for the end.
Ground 121.755.
Alpha Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 20 knots. Airport 902, wind 260 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared to land. Airport 201, behind, traffic on short final, runway 20 via Alpha, cross, runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4 holding point.
Traffic on short final via Alpha 6 cross runway 20 to Sierra 4 point behind us,
Alpine 35 November Mike, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Expect traffic to cross the runway on Alpha.
Behind landing traffic at 0, line up and wait behind on uniform 5, cover the crossing traffic, Alpine 35 November Mike.
Airing 603, copy, number 2, call you back. Departure 1902, continue taxi via uniform Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Golf 2, 121.755, take up to Alpha 1902.
Rotate heavy, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots. Alpine 35 November Mike, revise QNH 1013, break, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, QNH 1013, Alpine 35 November Mike, bye-bye.
Portugal 471 Alpha, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, cleared flight. Airwing 603 behind, traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Airwing 603 behind, traffic short final, lining up 20, uniform 5 behind and wait.
Tower 1, yeah, 57 Tango Echo.
Turkish 7 Tango Echo, Lisboa Tower, hello, hold short runway 20, number 3 for departure.
Now, wait, 20. Tower 7 Tango Echo, we are able to start from uniform 5.
Confirm, able, or uniform 5?
Yes sir, able to depart uniform 5.
Copy, thanks. Portugal 201, copy number 2, call the right back. Rank 603, wind 250 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Airwing 603, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Air Portugal 471 Alpha, continue uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, contact. Go from your hello again, continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. Consider 88, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Portugal 201, behind traffic on short final runway 20 via 04, line up and wait behind. November, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots. Airwing 55 November, confirm continue approach. Airport 201, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, 1 Particle 088, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, good day. Air Nostrum 10 go from you, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared land. Turkish 7 Tango Echo behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final, runway 20, line up and wait behind, 7 Tango Echo.
Tango Echo, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
Runway 20, cleared for takeoff, 27 Tango Echo, bye-bye.
Air Nostrum 10 go from you, continue taxi via uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755. Airwing 55 November, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared land. Particle 782, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Sorry for the delay. Behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind. Taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
Good afternoon, traffic on runway 20, via Tango 5, cross runway 20 behind. Taxi holding point Sierra 4, 172.
Europa 85 Papa Zulu, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon. Behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Expect traffic to cross the runway on Tango.
Good evening, Europa 85 Papa Zulu, behind landing traffic, line up and wait runway 20 via uniform 5 and copy traffic inversion, Europa 85 Papa Zulu.
Consider Victor Lima, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach 4820, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots. Airwing 55 November, continue uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Continue uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755. Bye bye, you're on 55 November.
Europa 85 Papa Zulu, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Europa 85 Papa Zulu, obrigado, buen día.
Victor Lima, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, cleared to land. Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach 20, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots. Particle 782 ready upon reaching. Particle 782 behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind.
Behind the traffic on 0, 574, line up and wait behind, Particle 782.
Line 19 on Golf Mike, uniform 5.
Pine 19 Golf Mike, number 2 for departure, call you back. Approved. Wind 240 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, mobile. Airport 10 Victor Lima, left on Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, contact. Aeroporto Comentários 1, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots. Go 143 Papa, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Approach Hotel 7 Charlie, copy. Taxi straight ahead to the visual holding point, hold short, runway 20. Alpine 1 Go flying behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, line up and wait, runway 20, uniform 5, behind Alpine 1, line up, go flying.
Alpine 1 Go flying, please expedite lining up. Go flying, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 220 and 300 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight.
For takeoff, line 20, Alpine 1, line up, go flying, bye-bye.
Approach 143 Papa, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 121.755, hotel. Okay, go. Ryanair 790 Whiskey Charlie, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, copy the speed. Airport for 491, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Airport for 27 Charlie behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via Alpha cross runway 20 behind, taxi to Sierra 4 holding point.
Traffic on short final, runway 20, via Alpha 6 cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4, approach for 27 Charlie.
Hello, Mark 981 Echo, bom dia, uniform 5.
Mark 981 Echo, copy, hold short runway 20, call you back.
Short 20, Mark 981 Echo.
Approach call 554 Mike, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, expect traffic to cross the runway on Alpha.
Third line, traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, copy traffic crossing on Alpha, Portugal 554 Mike.
Ryanair 790 Whiskey Charlie, just have reducing to 160 knots. 701, continue via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. Portugal 554 Mike, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20 cleared for takeoff. Volvo.
Runway 20 Portugal 554 Mike, obrigado.
Portugal 887 Mike, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots. Ryanair 79 Whiskey Charlie, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 22 knots, runway 20, cleared line. Culture approved. Brownrock 981 Echo behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
981 Echo behind landing traffic via uniform 5, runway 20, line up and wait behind. One Echo, wind 260 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Runway 20, cleared takeoff, Alabama, 981 Echo. What's the out?
Ryanair 79 Whiskey Charlie, continue via Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Charlie, bye.
Portugal Mike, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, cleared to land. Delta Yankee Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20. Twin 7 Charlie behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Airport code 17 Charlie, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 220 and 290 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Mobile. Begin. Particular Titan Mike, continue via uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde.
Runway Titan Mike.
Wellington 700 Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots. Line to Delta Yankee, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Lima Papa, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic on short final, runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind the landing aircraft, line up and wait, runway 20 behind the giant Lima Papa, hello. Lima Papa, wind 260 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 210 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Have a nice flight. Runway 20, clear for takeoff, and to Lima Papa, have a nice shift, thank you.
Line to Delta Yankee, continue by uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Uniform, Golf 1, ground 121.755, good day.
Welling 7200 Lisboa, correction, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, cleared flight. Rescue 23, do you have the traffic on final side? Rescue 23, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 via Tango, line up and wait behind. Rescue 23 after departure, climb to 1000 feet, QNH 1013, turn left direct to Montijo.
101 ready and set.
Charger 01, copy. Hold short runway 20, medical evacuation helicopter departing. Rescue 23 after departure, remain this frequency. Rescue 23, read that correct, remain this frequency. Rescue 23, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 210 and 290 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Welling 2700, continue by uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Lima 121.755, bye. Lisboa, boa tarde, continua para desconto 80, wind 250 degrees 17. Papa Sierra, wind 250 degrees 18 knots, runway 20, clear line. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, be uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
And short final traffic, line up and wait behind, Charger 01.
Martins 26. Obrigado a serviço minuto de contacto com Lisboa, 349090, peço uma boa tarde. Finite 5 Charlie Delta, Lisboa, Tango, continue approach runway 0, wind 260 degrees 16 knots.
QNH 1012, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Direct takeoff 1012, charge 01.
Delta 7, Delta Sierra, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 10.5, bom dia. Alpha 85 Charlie Delta, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Airplanes for it to skip up, Lisboa Parallel, QNH 1012, brake, wind, correction, brake, behind, traffic short, final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Via uniform 5 behind the landing traffic, we will line up and wait, runway 20 behind, France, 48 Whiskey Papa. And a QNH 1012.
Canal 170 Yankee, Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 25. Degrees, 15 knots. Papa, wind 260 degrees, 1 knots, settle between 200 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Takeoff runway 20, France 48 Whiskey Papa, bye bye.
Alpine 85, Charlie Delta, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 10.5, bom dia.
Uniform Golf 2 and 121 10.5, Alpine 85, Charlie Delta, bom dia.
Canal local 1 also triple. Canal 170 Yankee, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 25 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Dynamic trail, Lisboa Parallel, QNH 1012, brake, behind, traffic short, final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
QNH 1012, behind landing traffic, runway 20, uniform 5, up and behind. Mike.
Lima X-ray, wind at the end to 60 degrees 15 knots, flow between 200 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia. Runway 170 Yankee, continue via Lima, ground 11, decimal 755, bom dia. Zero Golf Romeo, Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees 16 knots. Snow 1926, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, QNH 1012, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Line up and wait, runway 20, uniform 5, QNH 102, QNH 101, vertical 100. Wind 260 degrees 15 knots, settle between 200 and 290 degrees. Zero clear for takeoff, bom dia. Takeoff, alright, vertical 100, take up your range. Delay 20 Golf Romeo, wind 250 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear land. For 5 uniform Mike, Lisboa, bom dia, fully ready? Bom dia, yes, fully ready right now, 45 uniform Mike.
Uniform Mike, traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short final, runway 20, uniform 5 behind, going 45 uniform Mike.
Alpine 91 Charlie Hotel, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees 14 knots, testing 25 knots. Alpine 91 Charlie Hotel, please continue listening and approach traffic to depart between you and Brittany. Uniform Mike, wind 240 degrees, 12 knots, through between 200 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 4 miles, bom dia. Delay 20 Golf Com, you continue uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 1055, bom dia. Hotel, wind 260 degrees, 13 knots, curls between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Alpha 40 uniform, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, and be advised traffic will cross the runway from left to right, before your departure.
Boa tarde, copy traffic information behind the traffic on short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20 behind, approach code 5 for 24.
Zero drill, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots.
Hello, Lufthansa 66.
6 November, Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind.
Lufthansa 66 November, behind landing traffic.
Please disable left right first to running.
November, excellent.
Yep. Line on 1 Charlie Hotel, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia.
121, 755, that's line 1.
Obrigado. That's 66 November, continue via Sierra to Sierra for holding point, runway 20. Episcol 542 uniform, wind at the end 250 degrees, 10 knots, curl between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 2 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
820, clear for takeoff, Episcol 542 uniform.
Bom dia. Wind 250 degrees, 14 knots, curl between 220 and 290 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear climb. Foxtrot Love, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, and be advised traffic will cross the runway from left to right before your departure. Pine 42, Foxtrot Bravo, Lisboa Tower.
Go ahead, Alpine 42, Foxtrot Bravo.
Foxtrot Bravo, bom dia, confirm fully ready?
Ready, Foxtrot Bravo.
Foxtrot Bravo, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the running traffic, clear to line up via uniform 5 and wait behind Alpine 42, Foxtrot Bravo.
One on Quebec, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue approach runway 20. 08 Lisboa Tower, bom dia, continue to Tango 5, visual holding point, hold short, runway 20.
Point 0, hold short 20, South 08.
Porto Foxtrot 9, wind 240 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Takeoff, runway 20 Alpine, now for 2 Foxtrot Bravo. Thank you.
1013, continue Lima, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia. Bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots. Quebec, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, settle between 220 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Five 0 degrees, 100 knots. Narrative behind traffic short final runway 20 via Tango cross runway 20 behind.
Behind traffic short final, clear to cross runway 20 behind, stall 0. Quebec, continue uniform and Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia.
Golf, correction, Sergeant, Foxtrot 11 with Quebec.
Quebec, continue uniform, Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia. Tango 5 stop Mara, call back.
Stop, 5, stop 5.
Special Leon, Flush, Botar, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots. Personal 08 narrative, continue Sierra, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Sierra for holding point 20, stall 0.
131, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, settle between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear to land.
canal 277. We have a stop body on the capital point of runway 20.
277 firm, we can continue to the visual holding point on Alpha 6, hold short runway 20.
Continue to the visual holding point Alpha 6, short runway 20, canal 277.
So 1206, continue to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short runway 20.
Continue to the visual holding point on Tango 25, correction, Tango 5, hold short 20, go 1206.
South 277 behind traffic, now landing runway 20 via Alpha cross runway 20 behind.
Alpha cross runway 20 behind after traffic landing at Portugal 277.
1206 behind the traffic, now landing runway 20 via Tango cross runway 20 behind.
Airline 20 via Tango cross runway 20 behind, go 06.
Charlie Alpha, continue approach runway 20 to traffic crossing the runway from left to right, wind check 250 degrees, 16 knots. So 277 after crossing the runway, continue Sierra, Sierra following point runway 20.
After crossing the runway, Sierra, Sierra following point runway 20, canal 277.
So 1206 after crossing the runway, continue Sierra, Sierra following point, give way to the company 330 at your right hand side.
After crossing Sierra, Sierra following point and will give way to the A330 now right, go 1206.
131, continue uniform, Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 10.5, 1 year. Alpine 65 Charlie Alpha, wind at the threshold, 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, cut land. So 16 November, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and 8 behind. Também 2483, Via Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots. November, wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, curl between 210 and 270 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia. 165 Charlie Alpha, continue via uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 10.5, bom dia. 089 at Heavy, fully ready. 089 at Heavy, Roger, via Sierra 4, line up and 8, runway 20.
Ui.
089 at heavy, wind 240 degrees 15 knots, zero between 220 and 290 degrees, gusting 25 knots, runway 20 clear for takeoff, movement pool. Lisboa Tower, continuing approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees 15 knots. Runway 148, CNH 1011, wind 240 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Late 6, Vitor Romeo, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, CNH 1011.
Boa tarde, behind the traffic, short final, runway 20 by uniform 5, line up and wait behind, with candidates until 11, Portugal, late 6, Vitor Romeo.
Runway 148, continue uniform, Golf 2, ground 121, decimal 755, bom dia.
Vamos, Golf, 1,755, boa tarde, Central, good.
Capital 86, Vitor Romeo, wind 240 degrees to 1 knot, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Runway 20, Portugal 886, Victor Ramos, bom dia.
Michael, back short, we break brakes, going 2, echo, wind 260 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear land. So 145 West Coast, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees 16 knots, continue reduce 160. So 277 heavy, CNH 1011, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. 77 Avenue, wind 250 degrees, 14 knots, zero between 220 and 280 degrees, gust 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal, 277, bom dia, Portugal.
Rolling to Echo Echo, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 1055, bom dia.
2 Echo.
Vamos voltar a LPPT, approach runway 20. So 145 whiskey, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear plan. So 1206, QNH 1011, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Wind 240 degrees, 18 knots, battle between 220 and 290 degrees, 290, clear for takeoff, bom dia. Vamos para Whiskey, continue go through, ground 121, decimal 1055, bom dia. Wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, battle between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear plan. 505 Lisboa, hello, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic on short final, line up and wait, via uniform 5, runway 20, behind, stand by,
05, wind 240 degrees, 16 knots, for wind 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Takeoff runway 20, 505, obrigado.
Gosto 425, continue uniform and go through ground 1, destination 5, bom dia. Victor 1, 40 degrees, 14 knots, between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Return of Mike, Lisboa, bom dia, via entrar para short final, runway 20, uniform 5, 1 up and wait behind.
Quick to both are behind the traffic on short final line up and waiting behind the runway 205 on 5. And the scout 7 up for Mike.
Mike, Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach runway 20, wind 240 degrees, 17 knots. Mike, in at the end 240 degrees, 15 knots, throw between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
For takeoff, runway 20, vertical 7 up.
Delta 950, Lisboa, bom dia, continue to descend to visual point on tangle 5, hold short runway 0. Delta 950, Lisboa,
Reverse?
950, bom dia, continue to visual point on tangle 5, hold short to 0.
Visual, hold short runway 20.
South 641, continue go through ground 1, bom dia.
Let's continue, South 641.
Correspondente, botar muito dia, continue approach runway 20. Canal 5 Mike, into 60 degrees, 15 knots, settle between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Delta 5 Mike, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, settle between 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Delta 905 behind traffic short final runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind.
Descent front final, side via Tango Cross Transmitido, via Portugal, Tunaratares.
Alpha 32 Bravo, Lisboa, Torres behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and right behind, and be advised, company traffic will cross and running from left to right, 3 for your departure.
Bom dia, behind traffic, line 25, 20, by uniform 5, line up and right behind, and copy traffic crossing the runway, Portugal, 532 Bravo.
Delta 95 Heavy, stable expedite crossing, continue via Sierra to Sierra for holding point.
Holding point.
Delta 95 Mike, continue via uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 1055, what do you?
Delta 95 Mike, uniform and Lima, 121, decimal 1055, right?
Alpha 52 Bravo, and be ready for immediate departure in a minute.
Will do.
Alpha 52 Bravo, wind at the end to 60 degrees 17 knots, for between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 4 miles, bom dia.
Clear takeoff 20, Portugal, 532 Bravo.
Capital for H1, 262 degrees 15 knots, for between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear plan. Now 1335, Lisboa, Torres, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees 15 knots. Now 1336, Lisboa, Torres, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and right behind.
Copy 1336, behind traffic and short final, landing left behind, runway 20, uniform 5, attention 1336.
Five Charlie Zulu, boa tarde. Five Charlie Zulu, good morning. Continue to Tango 5 visual, holding point, hold short runway 20.
So 5 visual, hold short 20, not 5 Charlie Zulu.
After 5 Charlie Zulu, behind the traffic, now landing runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20 behind. After 5 Charlie Zulu, next flight cross, please. So for H1, continue via uniform and go to ground 121, decimal 1055, good year. So 5 Charlie Zulu, continue Tango, Sierra for holding point, runway 20.
Sierra, holding point, runway 20. 5 Charlie Zulu.
Capital 136, wind at the end to 60 degrees 17 knots, roll between 280 and 2, pressure roll between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 miles, bom dia.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 1336.
Airport 1335, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, for between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Baltic 9 Delta, Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and 8 behind.
Portugal 69er Delta on uniform 5, behind the landing traffic, line up and wait behind uniform 5, Portugal 69er Delta.
Portugal 125.
Quatro de hotel, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, Direto, com noite 0. So 69 Delta, wind at the end, 250 degrees, 16 knots, for between 220 and 280 degrees, gusting 27 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, uniform 5, Portugal 69 Delta.
1335, continue via Golf 2, ground 21, decimal 1055, bom dia. Golf 905 Heavy, via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Golf 905 Heavy, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, for between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, boa tarde. Portugal Delta, continue approach runway 20, company 330, rolling, wind check 270 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 23 knots. Time to Victor, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots. Juliet Delta, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots, for between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear land. National 55 Charlie Zulu, Lisboa Tower, hello, fully ready. 55 Charlie Zulu, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Air 372 Victor, continue this to 165.
Portugal 295, experience wind shear, loading rotation.
Copy, obrigado.
Delta, may you proceed via top 3?
If enable, Auto 1, Auto 3, but please extra.
Copy. We have been enabled via Sol 1, extracting on top 3 and control. But please not stop.
Obrigado. And after 55 Charlie Zulu, wind at the end 270 degrees 13 knots, settle between 230 and 290 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic formal, bom dia. Aeroporto Delta, muito obrigado pela colaboração, continue via Uniform 1, ground 121, decimal 1055, bom dia.
Ground 1, decimal 1055, part, please,
to Victor, wind 260 degrees 16 knots, settle between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, plus land. Line 46 to the way, Lisboa, bom dia, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Uniform 5, 108 behind.
Behind the traffic, short final, line up and way behind, on by 46 to the way, bom dia.
Lisboa, bom dia, continue approach, runway 20. Line 46 to the way, wind 260 degrees 17 knots, battle between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bom dia.
Runway 20, say full takeoff, by 46 to Echo, bom dia.
37 to Victor, continue via Uniform and Lima, ground 121, decimal 755.
150, muito boa tarde, continue approach 220. FK 1033, wind 26 degrees, 20 knots, throttle 240 and 30 degrees, runway 20, clear for. FK 1454, wind boa tarde, behind landing traffic runway 20, the uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, by uniform, side line up and wait for 02, behind the Portugal 145 for wind to the left.
Wind 26 degrees, 15 knots, max 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Wind boa tarde.
Takeoff, 90, Portugal 145 for wind boa tarde.
FK 1033, continue taxi uniform, go through, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. Confirm off the 6.
6 confirm, Azul 8753.
Azul 8753 able to exit that?
Yes, we are able.
Azul 8753, continue via Alpha, cross runway 20, holding point Sierra, expedite welcome.
Plus Azul 8753, point 8 confirm.
Alpine 75 Romeo November, boa tarde, continue approach 20 with that touchdown. 26 degrees, 17 knots. Wind 25 degrees, 18 knots, throttle 230, G 90 degrees, wind 20, clear flight. Air 55 November, boa tarde, behind landing traffic, wind 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait behind runway 20, via uniform, European, half an hour.
55 November, wind 26 degrees, 12 knots, throttle 220, to 90 degrees, maximum 23 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, with that.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff,
Aeroporto 150, continue uniform, Foxtrot, stand 603, muito boa tarde. Climb 75 from November, wind 25 degrees, 21 knots, throttle 230, to 90 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Beeline 3 Hotel Echo, would that behind the traffic, runway 20, your uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind land, trust, line up and wait behind. Behind.
118, heavy, Lisboa Tower, put that to approach 20. Line 3 Hotel Echo, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, throttle 220 and 90 degrees, 20, cleared for takeoff. With that.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20, Beeline 3 Hotel Echo, bye-bye.
Alpine 75, Romeo November, continuing taxi uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, with that.
Golf 2 and 121.755, passport and the plane,
Yep, Kelly 6 off Mike, muito boa tarde, continue approaching 20. FCL 118, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Boeing 2 Bravo uniform, boa tarde, behind line is traffic, runway 20, your uniform, line up and wait behind.
Line traffic via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, Boeing 2 Bravo uniform behind.
Kelly 6 off Mike, you reduce final approach. Welling 2 Bravo uniform, wind 26 degrees, 13 knots, crosswind 220 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Boa tarde.
For takeoff, runway 20, Bolin, 2 Bravo, boa tarde.
FKL 118, continue taxi uniform, scope 2, protect ground 121.755. Mike, wind 26 degrees, 14 knots, crosswind 220 and 280 degrees, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear one. FK 1324, muito boa tarde, behind the traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind transpond short final, via uniform 5 line up, runway 20, behind FK 1324, boa tarde.
1323 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach 20, wind check 250 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 27 knots. FKL 1324, wind 26 degrees, 18 knots, crosswind 220 and 290 degrees, runway 20 cleared for takeoff. Muito bom dia.
Runway 20 com takeoff, Portugal 1324.
FKL 86 Golf Mike, continue taxi uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755. Boa tarde. FKL 1323, wind 25 degrees, 17 knots, crosswind 220 and 280 degrees, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, cleared one. Azul 1053, behind lane traffic, runway 20, via Sierra, line up and wait behind. Emirates 192 Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Hold short runway 20 at Alpha 6, catch one only point.
Holding short at Alpha 6, catch 2, holding point, runway 2, confirm catch 2.
Catch one.
Catch 1, thank you.
FKL 433 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20. Emirates 192, behind lane traffic, runway 20, via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind and continue taxi to Sierra 4, holding point.
London starting, cross runway 20, behind and...
don't need hotel tree. Hotel 3, Gosto. Baixo, Hotel 3, Gosto. FKR 1323, contact ground 121.755, muito boa tarde. Azul 8753, wind 250 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, boa tarde. FKL 433, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, altitude 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20. Camera 41, no traffic will depart ahead, no HC traffic restrictions, correct, restrictions on tower. FKL 8262 ia conseguir providenciar a situação de baixo do Wedding Segundos, agora de descolagem a seguir à próxima semana. Com certeza, António. FKL 433, continue uniform Lima, contact ground 121.755, muito boa tarde. FKL 41, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, altitude 220 and 280 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. FKL 826, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait, runway 20 behind the Portugal, 666.
Plate 23, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20.
Hotel 3, approach on 91.
Hotel 3, Golf 2.
Hotel 3, Golf 2.
Wind and touchdown, 26 degrees, 15 knots. Last wind shear reported on climb out, time 1355, no further report. FKLA 26, wind 26 degrees, 15 knots. Runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Muito bom.
Takeoff runway 20, FKLA 26, obrigado.
Bridge 192, via Stereo 4, runway 20, line up and way. FKL 941, contact ground, 121.755, boa tarde. Pitch 192, wind 26 degrees, 16 knots, altitude 220 and 28 degrees, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. LA Tommy Tango, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 26 degrees, 17 knots. LA 23, continue approach, 777 rolling, wind check at touchdown 26 degrees, 17 knots, go short. Well. FKLA 23, wind 25 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear one. Correction, Alpine 73, Golf Juliet, boa tarde, behind by traffic, runway 20, your uniform, line up and wait behind.
Canada traffic on runway 20, line up and wait by uniform, Alpine 73, Golf Juliet, behind.
Hotel 3 Lima.
Hotel 3 Lima.
FKLA 23 can take ground 121.755 with us. Line 73 Golf Juliet, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, throttle 230, 290 degrees. Wind 20, cleared for takeoff. Boa tarde. Obrigado. LA from Tango, wind 250 degrees, 20 knots, runway 20, clear flight. FTL 932, put up behind landing traffic, wind 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
And direct to final 20, line up and wait behind, get control, 932.
FTL 084 Heavy, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach rate 20. degrees, 13 knots, drop in 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 23 knots, 220, clear for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, é Portugal 922, obrigado, boa tarde.
FTL 084, backlight landing clearance, Airbus 321, lining left for rolling, wind 60 degrees, 20 knots. FTL from Tango, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. FTL 932, cancel takeoff, I say again, cancel takeoff for position.
Cancel takeoff, FTL 932.
FTL 084, go around, runway occupied. FTL 932, after departure, stop climb 4,000 feet, PNH 1011, hold position.
Hold position after departure, 4,000 feet, FTL 932.
Please 32, Foxtrot, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, continue approach. FTL 932, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, drop in 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, Lisboa.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 932, obrigado.
that, continue approach runway 20. Straight to Foxtrot, wind 26 it is, 16 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Hotel 436, behind landing traffic, runway 20, your uniform, line up and wait behind. FPL 436, wind 26 it is, 12 knots, maximum 25 knots. Runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Put that. East 32 Foxtrot, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755. Delay 7650, wind 25 it is, 17 knots, maximum 27 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Delay 76 Delta Victor, Lisboa Tower, bom dia. Behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, via uniform, we line up and wait behind, delay 76 Delta.
Delta Victor, wind 270 it is, 12 knots, maximum 25 knots. Runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Bom dia.
Takeoff today, Constellay 7658.
Constellay 7650, continue taxi uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755. Bom dia. And 48 Papa Bravo, bom dia, via uniform, runway 20, line up to wait.
Boa tarde, vai a uniform, runway 20, runway
48, November.
Bravo, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, 320, cleared for takeoff. Bom dia.
Yes, for takeoff, runway 48, November. Obrigado, bom dia.
Era 2125, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Uniform, runway 20, line up away.
Boa tarde, Uniform 5, line up and wait for runway 20.
RTS 253, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20. Era Açores 125, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Boa tarde.
For takeoff, runway 20, Açores 125. Muito obrigado e bom trabalho.
Cal 198, muito boa tarde, Uniform, runway 20, line up to 8.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Aviation, runway 28, muito boa tarde.
Weight, wind 260 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, muito boa tarde.
Ok, for takeoff, runway 20, Aviation, runway 28, boa tarde, obrigado.
Aviation 1036, muito boa tarde, hold shot, runway 20, Alpha 6, cat 1, holding point.
Runway 20, Alpha 6, cat 1, holding point, Foxtrot 1036, from here.
Cal 1036, continuing taxi via Alpha, cross runway 20 to holding point Aeroporto.
Via 20, holding pode salvar.
RK253, wind 26 degrees, 16 knots, throttle wind 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 29 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Welling 3 Zulu Foxtrot, behind landing traffic, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic, line up and wait runway 20 behind, running 3 Zulu Foxtrot, bon dia.
Cal 084, Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde novamente, continue approach 820, wind at touchdown 26 degrees, 17 knots, máximo 29 knots, e peço desculpa pela situação anterior, o colega demorou muito tempo a livrar a pista e já não foi seguro. Obrigado. Flying 3 Zulu Foxtrot, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, boa tarde.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, boa tarde, runway 3 Zulu Foxtrot.
RK253, continue taxi uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. Cal 084, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, throttle wind 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 290 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Cal 1036, behind landing traffic, runway 20 via Sierra, line up and wait behind. LM 7 November, correction, 97 November, boa tarde, continue approach 220. FPL 1036, wind 26 it is, 13 knots, throttle wind 230, 29 it is, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, good luck. FPL 084, continue via uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, 1 year. November, wind 27 degrees, 16 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, clear as mine. Aviation 612, boa tarde, pequeno approach, runway 20. FPL 42 Lima, Victor, muito boa tarde, behind landing traffic 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing craft, aircraft runway 20, line up and wait behind via uniform, flight Portugal 42 Lima, Victor.
Roger. Hotel 3 Lima. Hotel 3. FPL 42 Lima Victor, wind 26 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 28 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. What is?
Hotel 20 Aeroporto, 42 Lima Victor.
LM 97 November, continue taxi via Lima, contact ground 121.755, what does? That's 612, wind 26 degrees, 15 knots, available between 230 to 290 degrees, maximum 28 knots, 280, clear. FPL 44 Bravo Romeo, muito boa tarde, behind landing traffic 120, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait runway 20 via uniform 5, behind the Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo, muito boa tarde.
FPL 3 Romeo Sierra, muito boa tarde, continue approach 120, wind at touchdown 25 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 28 knots.
repeat Hotel 3.
Hotel 3, Gosto. Cal 44 Bravo Romeo, wind 26 it is, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Muito bom.
For takeoff runway 20, Portugal 44 Bravo Romeo. Obrigado e bom trabalho.
Yes. Cal 612, contact ground 121.755. Boa tarde, até já. FKLA 3, Romeo Sierra, wind 26 it is, 2 knots, throttle wind 230 and 290 it is, 420 cleared one. Ryanair 71 Charlie uniform, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. You handle the traffic 420, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, line up and wait behind, Ryanair 71 Charlie uniform.
Ryanair 3, X-ray Romeo, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. Continue approach 420.
Charlie uniform, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 220 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye. Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Ryanair 71 Charlie. Side of Sierra, continue to activate uniform and contact ground, 121.755, here. Okay, uniform 10. X-ray Romeo, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 28, runway 20, clear to land. Delta 05 Echo, Lisboa Tower low, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, hello, behind the landing traffic on short fine and lining up runway 20 via uniform 5, behind.
South 311, boa tarde, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 230 degrees, 20 knots. Back wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 210 and 300 degrees, maximum 25, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
RTX Romeo, continue taxi via uniform and contact ground 121.755.
Uniform and ground 121.755 right now, check through with you.
Call 1311, wind 260 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 220 and 290 degrees, maximum 28, runway 20, cleared for. Call 1016, boa tarde, bom dia, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, by uniform 5, run up and wait behind.
Boa tarde, behind traffic short funnel, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Portugal 1016.
Max, boa tarde, olá, bom dia, continue all approach runway 20, wind check 250 degrees, 18 knots. Tower 311, continue via Gosto. Tower 016, wind 260 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Runway
20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 1016, bom trabalho, obrigado.
Tower 311, Golf, hold short of Quebec and contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. with ground. Please tower touch. South 67 Mike, wind 250 degrees 16 knots, variable between 220 and 290 degrees, maximum 28, runway 20, clear land. Down 356, Lisboa, boa tarde, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Line 7598, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue, ILS approach, runway 20. Down 356, line up and wait, runway 20. Roof, after a battery, go through.
Airport 167.
Down 356, winds 250 degrees 16 knots, variable between 10 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. South 67 Mike, continue taxi via Golf 2 and contact round 121.755, boa tarde. South 67 Mike, copiado, obrigado. Line 7598, flight wind shear reported on short final by 3 seconds. Wind 260 degrees 14 knots, variable between 220 and 290 degrees, maximum 25, runway 20, clear time. Runway 38 Sierra Golf, Lisboa Tower low, behind traffic short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final, line up and wait behind, runway 38 Sierra Golf, via uniform 5. Para one inches, we gotta look up, continue approaching line 20. Papa for one inch, 1000 inch reported on short final by previous arrival.
Sierra Golf, wind 250 degrees 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Ryanair Direto, Sierra Golf, adeus, batata, obrigado.
7598, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact round 121.755, good day.
Continue on Uniform Lima, contact ground 121.655 as per your information. Very good, please get that one to your company, 6598.
Roger, thank you. Excal 541 Whiskey, wind 260 degrees 20 knots, variables into 30 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear plan. Tower 905, Lisbon Tower, 11 here, behind traffic, control final, runway 20, via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic control final, runway 20, via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Tower 905.
Golf 71, be directed for Delgado. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 260 degrees 23 knots. Golf 71, be direct, flag approved, after hotel 3, right to you. Excal 1905, wind 250 degrees 10 knots, maximum 20, runway 20, clear for takeoff and go.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Excal 1905.
South 541 Whiskey, continue taxi via Golf 2 and contact round 121.75 everyone. November Yankee Tower, good day, Roger. Excal 71 Victor Echo, wind 260 degrees 21 knots, runway 20, clear flight. Lisboa Tower, bom dia, behind traffic short final runway 20, via Uniform 5, line up and right behind.
Boa tarde, runway 20, Uniform 5, behind traffic on final, line up and right behind Aeroporto, 7 to Lisboa.
Tower 99 Tower, 11 knots, continue approach runway 20. Call 7 to Lima Papa, wind at midpoint 250 degrees 14 knots, variable between 220 and 280 degrees. Runway 20, clear for takeoff, over. Call 71 Victoria, continue taxi by uniform and contact ground. 121-755 on the air. Call 1929, wind 260 degrees 20 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, runway 20, clear one. Open 19 November Yankee Lisboa Tower low, good afternoon, behind traffic short final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
I'm the traffic landing on shore fire north via uniform 5, line up runway 20 and wait behind, Alpine 19.
Stage Leader Alpha Visual Tower low, continue approach runway 20. Runway 24, Lisboa Tower Laboratory, continue approach runway 20, wind check 270 degrees, 13 knots, maximum 28. Alpine 19 November Yankee, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 220 and 290 degrees, maximum 23, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Takeoff runway 20, Alpine 19 Yankee.
Runway 29, continue taxi by uniform and Lima ground 121.755, adapt. Victor Alpha, wind 270 degrees 17 knots, variable between 230 and 300 correction 300 degrees, maximum 28, runway 20, clear one. Roger 6 Alpha, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic final runway 20, line up and wait uniform 5, 100 behind, boa tarde, Portugal 6 Alpha.
Vertical 36 Alpha, wind 260 degrees 15 knots, velocity 220 and 290 degrees, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, over.
20 cleared for takeoff, Vertical 836 Alpha.
20 Alpha, continue taxi via Golf 2 and contact ground 121.755, on the end.
55, over.
Three Papa, Lisbon Tower, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind check 240 degrees, 22 knots. Vertical 1824, wind 260 degrees 100 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, maximum 29er, runway 20, clear to land. Delta 71, Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind check 270 degrees, 17 knots. Air 443 Papa, wind 260 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Vertical 1824, continue taxi by uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, on the air. Obrigado. November, tá? Continua essa approach, mano. 20, wind check 260 degrees, 23 knots. Ground 571, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, maximum 30, runway 20, clear climb. And Alpha 43 Papa, continue uniform and Lima, ground 121.755 right. Commander 1 Sierra Romeo, Lisboa Tower, olá, boa tarde. Will you be ready after the next arrival?
We'll be ready, Portugal 91 Sierra Romeo, muito boa tarde.
Commander 1 Sierra Romeo, roger, behind traffic to landing, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Night traffic landing on runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Portugal 91 Sierra Romeo.
Sierra Romeo, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, Portugal 91 Sierra Romeo, até já.
Portugal 571, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, ground 121.755. November Romeo, Lisboa Tower low, continue LS approach runway 20, wind check 280 degrees, 30 knots. Aero 86 Delta November, wind 260 degrees, 22 knots, maximum 32, runway 20, clear climb. Turkish 8 November Romeo, wind 270 degrees 21 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 32, runway 20, clear plan. Aeroporto 6 November, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, good day. Factory Comentários, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20, wind check 270 degrees 10 knots. Parte Hotel Lisboa, boa tarde, continue approach, runway 20. Turkish 8 November Romeo, continue taxi via uniform and Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Excel 553 Romeo, wind 260 degrees 17 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 32, runway 20, clear plan. For one Lisbon Aeroports are identified, plan to 1550 on H1011, all the diesel over the Jornadas west of the hills do not interfere. Charlie Hotel, traffic information, there's an helicopter west of the field, holding visual, not interfering with your arrival, continue the operation. runway. 06 lá, bom dia, Roger. No expressing now, I'll call you. Puma 41 traffic information, Airbus 320 on 2 mile final, passing 1300 feet. Final ILS approach runway 20, report traffic inside, DP closed. Puma 141, question. Hotel 75 Charlie Hotel, wind 260 degrees 20 knots, maximum 32, runway 20, clear flight. Hotel 553 Romeo, continue taxi via Gosto 2 and contact ground 121.755 on the air.
Gosto 121.755, Hotel 553 Romeo.
Puma 41, confirm traffic short final inside. Puma 41, Roger behind traffic landing runway 20, cross runway 20 behind and proceed direct to Montijo. Town 064, Lisboa door, behind landing traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, brake after departure, remain discreet.
Copy, behind landing traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, after departure remain discreet, can see Portugal 1064.
Bravo Lima, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, traffic information, helicopter crossing the field now, right to left at 1000 feet, no factor, continue approach. San Hotel was approved after Hotel 3, Foxtrot. All 1064, wind 250 degrees, 17 knots, variability into 10 and 290 degrees, runway 20 clear for takeoff, remain discreet.
Runway 20 clear for takeoff, remain discreet, can see Portugal 1064.
San 5 Charlie Lima, Foxtrot on ground 121.755 on the air. Foxtrot, no limit. Bravo Lima, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 29, runway 20, clear flight. Puma 41, contact Montijo, 134.090, convo, area service terminated. Ground 064 identified, passing 1000 feet, contact Lisboa approach 109.105, convo.
Passing 1000 feet, contact Lisboa 119.105, Portugal 1064, muito obrigado, responde claro.
Yankee Bravo, Lisboa Tower, hello, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short final, lining up runway 20 via uniform 5 and wait behind, Yankee Bravo.
Whiskey Hotel Tower, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind check 260 degrees, 24 knots. B6 Yankee Bravo, wind 250 degrees 15 knots, variable between 210 and 290 degrees, maximum 29, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 20, clear takeoff, obrigado, Yankee Bravo.
Portugal 35 Bravo Lima, continue variable 2 and contact ground 121.75, boa tarde. Portugal 35 Bravo Lima, contact ground, boa tarde, voo 2. Aero 8 Whiskey Hotel, wind 260 degrees 100 knots, runway 20, cleared line. Question 9650, tower low, continue approach, runway 20.
Okay, that's 5 Juliet Lima on the uniform 5.
5 Juliet Lima, good day, are you ready?
That's 5 Juliet Lima.
That's 5 Juliet Lima, right, my uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Line up 20 via uniform 5, that's 5 Juliet.
And Aero 8 Whiskey Hotel, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, good day. That's 5 Juliet Lima, wind 250 degrees 18 knots, maximum 29er, runway 20, cleared for takeoff, bye bye.
Clear for takeoff runway 20, that's 5 Juliet Lima.
In Air 96 Whiskey, wind 270 degrees 100 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 31, runway 20, cleared one. Tower, olá, boa tarde. Continue approach runway 20, wind check 280 degrees 18 knots. Alpha, Lisboa Tower, hello, are you ready?
I'm ready, 5 Alpha, ready for departure.
Alpha, Victor Alpha, Roger, behind landing clean air, via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20 behind.
Landing traffic, line up for wait, by uniform 5, runway 20, and 5 Alpha.
And at 5 Victor Alpha, wind 260 degrees 17 knots, maximum 27, runway 20 cleared for takeoff. Bye.
20 clear for takeoff, right now, 5 Alpha, here.
And I-6 Whiskey, continue taxi via Gosto 2, contact ground 121.755, good day. Sana Tower, Lava Tower, continue approach runway 20, no traffic will depart between you and Pacific. Capital under 0 Echo Hotel, wind 270 degrees 21 knots, variable between 230 and 290 degrees, maximum 31, runway 20, cleared flight. solid 69, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, maximum 31, runway 20, clear flight. Aircraft 90, Qatar, continue taxi via Foxtrot, stand 609, and just follow me. Boa tarde.
09, Porsche 90, Qatar, obrigado.
Sala 31 Lima, Tower Lava, Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind check 270 degrees, 21 knots. Foxtrot 931 Lima, wind 260 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear flight. Solid 69er, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121, 755, what up?
Lima and ground 121, 755, and 128.
November Golf, hello, ready?
From Foxtrot 829 November Golf.
Flight to November Golf, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic final via uniform 5, line up and wait behind Foxtrot 829 November Golf.
Capital 31 Delta Bravo, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 19er knots, gusting 29er, between 230 and 300. 29 November Golf, winds 270 degrees, 180 knots, gusting 29er, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye, Transmitido 29 November Golf.
Capital M31 Lima, continue taxi via uniform and Foxtrot, stand 607 with the follow me.
Uniform Foxtrot, stand 607 with the follow me. We have on service at Capital M31 Lima.
Capital M31 Lima, muito obrigado, and monitor ground 121.755, bom dia.
121.755, on service, no view.
Capital 31 Delta Bravo, wind 270 degrees, 19er knots, variable between 230 and 300, gusting 29er, runway 20, clear to land. Capital 669er, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 29er. Capital 669er, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, gust 30 between 230 degrees and 300, runway 20, clear to land. Capital 31 Delta Bravo, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bom dia.
Looking on 11755 and moderate turbulence below 500 feet on the approach.
Roger, obrigado. Sierra Whiskey, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 22 knots. Anefol Delta Papa, boa tarde, kind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short final runway 20, line up and wait, uniform 5 behind, runner, for Delta Papa, boa tarde.
Line 4 Delta Papa, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Bye-bye. Capital 669, continue taxi by Uniform and Lima and contact ground 121.755. Boa tarde.
From Lima 11755, view Aeroporto.
Muito obrigado. Delta 5 Sierra Whiskey, wind 260 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 230 and 300, gust 30, runway 20, clear plan. San Francisco 7 Juliet Quebec, Lisboa Tower, hello. Continue approach, runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 20 knots, gust 30. LMA Azul, Lisboa Tower, hello. Time traffic short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind landing traffic on short final, line up and wait, Uniform 5, runway 20 behind, LMA Zulu. LMA Zulu, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. We're 20, clear takeoff, LMA Zulu.
Delta 5 Sierra Whiskey, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye-bye.
1 Lima 121.755 with 5 Sierra Whiskey, above that.
San Francisco 7 Juliet Quebec, wind 270 degrees, 22 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Arky 254, hello, red. Arky 254, behind the traffic on short final, runway 20, via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind, okay, 254.
Capital 1241, wind contact, continue approach, runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 22 knots.
Taxi attendu à Québec, pull up.
Roger. Traffic 72 is Quebec, contact approach 119 105. RTA 254, high uniform 5, line up in right, 20.
Action 5, landing up in Québec. Pull up, landing factorial 60.
672 is Quebec, contact approach 119 105.
119,
Count for 1 minute approach it. RK254, wind 270 degrees, 13 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
0, clear for takeoff, okay, at 253.
Capital 1241, continue approach, runway 20, wind check 70 degrees, 18 knots, gust 31. Cal 1241, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, gust 31, runway 20, clear plan. Cal 1930, wind for TARP, scan the traffic on short final, runway 20, fly uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
I'm landing traffic on short final, line up for runway 20 by uniform 5 and wait behind at Portugal 1930. Scandinavia 2801, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, gust 31. Capital 1241, after Hotel 3, Lima. Capital 1930, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Convo. 20, clear for takeoff at Portugal 1930.
Capital 1241, contact ground 121.755, bom dia. Navy 2801, wind 280 degrees, 20 knots, gust 34 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Capital 15 November Charlie, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 22 knots, gust 34. Capital 135 boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, gust 34. Capital 15 November Charlie, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, gust 34, runway 20, clear to land. And then 2801, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, bye bye.
121.755,
Capital 1359er, wind 260 degrees, 22 knots, gust 34 between 240 and 300, runway 20, clear climb. Capital 15 November Charlie, continue taxi via uniform, left on Golf, full chart of Quebec.
Uniform left on Golf, full chart Quebec, Aeroporto,
Capital 5 November Charlie, contact ground 121.755, what's up?
1.755, what's up? This is Aeroporto, 15 November Charlie.
Yeah. Aeroporto 124, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 23 knots, gust 34. Cabo Verde 613, muito boa tarde, behind traffic short final runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind short traffic runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, Cabo Verde 613.
Cabo Verde 613, wind 260 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Cabo Verde 613, bye bye.
Capital 1359er, continue taxi via uniform and Foxtrot, sun 606 with a follow me and monitor ground 121.755, what's up?
Foxtrot standard 6206, with a follow me, 1 monitor ground, 11755, who was at the Portugal 17.
Quebec, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gust 34 between 240 and 300. At Açores 124, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gust 34 between 240 and 300, runway 20, clear climb. Heavy, muito boa tarde, continue taxi to the visual, holding point on Tango 5, hold short runway 20. Number 249er, I'm reading you 1 out of 5.
149er, clear taxi to visual, holding short of runway 20.
At number 249er, behind the traffic on short final runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20 behind, and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Behind, rest on short landing, clear to cross behind, runway 20, number 149er heavy.
264, muito boa tarde, via Alpha, cross runway 20 and on Alpha, hold short of Sierra.
Yeah, we are clear to cross via Alpha and on Alpha to hold short on Sierra, confirm approach of 364.
Count 364, on Alpha, hold short of Sierra.
Hold short of Sierra, approach of 364.
Agent 7 Papa Tank, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, gust 30. Air Source 124, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde. Muito obrigado, igualmente. And up Cowan 364, give way to the Latam traffic, left to right on Sierra and behind continue to Sierra for holding point. Obrigado.
Give way to the Latam on Sierra from left to right, and after that we'll continue after the Latam Portugal 1364.
Run 67 Juliet Quebec, continue approach runway 20, traffic crossing the runway, call you in 1 minute, wind check 250 degrees, 29 knots. Air 67 Juliet Quebec, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots, gust 30, runway 20, clear plan. Flight 26 Delta uniform, boa tarde, ready?
Ready, runner 26 Delta uniform.
Runner 26 Delta uniform, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landed traffic, line up and wait behind, runner 26 Delta uniform.
Agent 7 Papa Tank, minimum approach speed. Runner 26 Delta uniform, be ready.
Wilco, runner 26 Delta uniform.
Delta uniform, wind 260 degrees, 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 miles, bye bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, runner 26 Delta uniform.
Air France 67 Juliet Quebec, continue taxi via uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye bye. Airline 6 Charlie, bom dia. Continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots. Agent 7 Papa Tango, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Runway 149er, behind traffic short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Runway 249er, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, on vol. Agent 7 Papa Tango, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye-bye.
Uniform and Lima, ground 121.755, bye-bye, Agent 7 Papa Tango.
Charlie, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots, gust 35, runway 20, cleared line. Charlie November, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 20 knots, gust 35, speed 180. Portugal 1364, behind traffic short final runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Portugal 1364, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, move. Runway 6 Charlie, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye-bye. 6 Charlie. Charlie November, wind 260 degrees, 23 knots, gust 35, runway 20, clear plan. Please to Golf X-Ray, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde. We had the traffic on short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic on short final, line up via Uniform 5, behind and wait to Golf X-Ray.
35. East 2 Golf X-ray, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye, East 2 Golf X-ray.
Runway 29 Charlie November, continue taxi via uniform 1 and contact ground 121.755, bye-bye. Capital 17 Romeo Alpha, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, gust 35, runway 20, cleared land. Mike Juliet 209er, Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 20 knots, gust 35. Mike Juliet 209er, cleared land runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots, gust 35. Mike Juliet 209er, cleared land runway 20. Capital 17 Romeo Alpha, did you experience wind shear on final? Capital 17 Romeo Alpha, muito obrigado. Continue taxi via uniform left on Golf 2 and contact ground 121.755. Boa tarde. 165 X-ray Charlie, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots, gust 35. Wind check 280 degrees, 21 knots. For Lima Charlie, hello, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 19 knots, gust 29. .65 X-ray Charlie, wind 280 degrees, 18 knots, gust 29, runway 20, clear plan. Actually 209er, confirm, did you experience wind shear on final? Actually 209er, roger, continue taxi via uniform, so right turn on uniform, then left on Gosto 2, and contact ground 121.755. Actually 209er, turn right on uniform, then left on Gosto 2, and contact ground 121.755. Tango, muito boa tarde, ready?
Boa tarde, pode for Tango, sir.
Go for Tango, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic, short final, runway 20, line up and wait behind uniform 5, pode go for Tango, muito obrigado. E penso que estão a ver aqui imensas passaradas junto aqui ao uniforme 5.
Copiado, muito obrigado. Lima Charlie, reduce the medium emergency. Cal 438 Tango, traffic 4 miles, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo.
For takeoff, copy traffic, Portugal 438 Tango. Muito obrigado e bom serviço.
Muito obrigado, igualmente para vocês. 165 X-ray Charlie, did you experience wind shear on final?
Yes, we have a visual camera on regardless.
Airplane 65 X-ray Charlie, Roger, continue taxi via Uniform and Lima, contact ground 121.0755, bye-bye. Capital 298 Heavy, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, gust 29er, and copied auto 3. Easy 84 Lima Charlie, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 300, gust 29er, runway 20, clear plan. Capital 209 Kilo, muito boa tarde, taxi to the visual holding point on Tango 5, hold short runway 20.
Visual holding point, Tango 5, hold short runway 20, Portugal 209 Kilo.
Aquilo vai Tango, cross runway 20 and continue to Sierra for holding point.
Yeah, following the Charlie going around.
And continue to Sierra for Portugal 209 Kilo.
Easy 84 Lima Charlie, contact Lisboa approach 119-105.
19105, Easy 84 Lima Charlie.
Capital 298, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, gust 29er, runway 20, clear land. One 45 Tango Azul, boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, gust 29er. Tropa 2 Sierra Golf, boa tarde, behind traffic short final runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up runway 20 behind, Europa 2 Sierra Golf.
Charlie, back, break, aeroplane to Sierra Golf, wind 260 degrees 19 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Europa 2 Sierra Golf, bye.
Yeah, Portugal 298, continue taxi via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755, boa tarde e bom descanso. Muito obrigado. Capital 435, muito boa tarde, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees 18 knots. Zulu, wind 270 degrees 16 knots, runway 20, clear plan. Portugal 209 keel, behind traffic, short final, runway 20, via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Got to 0, direct keel, wind 260 degrees 15 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, Volvo. 145 Zulu, continue taxi via Uniform in Lima, contact ground 121.755, bye-bye.
Uniform now 121.755, land by 45 Zulu, back.
South 435, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, 1820, clear flight. 135 Lisboa Tower, wind 2, without behind traffic on short final 1820, waiting from 5 line up and wait behind.
Down short final 1820, line up and wait behind, waiting from 5, muito boa tarde, 235.
South 3, without approach 1820, wind 280 degrees, 17 knots. 135, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots. Variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 29 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20 clear for takeoff, reversion 135.
Stop 435, continue right uniform and then Foxtrot. Expect to send 6201, please wait for the follow-me. Foxtrot 601, expect to follow me at 435, would you like to change the ground? From canal, you cannot change the ground. South 763, wind 260 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear flat. Now 1 Homie Yankee, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon, behind the traffic on short final 1820, via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on short final via Uniform 5, runway 20, line up behind, C91 runway.
Grand both are station approach, runway 20, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots. Now 1 Homie Yankee, wind 270 degrees, 22 knots, gusting 35 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, C91 runway, bye-bye.
South 763, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact southwest 1755, without.
By the right, uniform 1, southwest 1755.
Now 931, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, 1820, clear flat. Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec, hello, behind the traffic on short final 1820 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
See behind traffic, short final 20, line up and wait behind Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec.
Gate for the Charlie Lisboa Tower, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 260 degrees, 17 knots. Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 35 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Takeoff 1820 Alpine 63 Zulu Quebec.
Tower 91, continue by the right, uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755, boa tarde. Uniform and Lima. By Easy 84 Lima Charlie, wind 280 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 26 knots, 1820, clear span. Aviation 27 Lima Lisboa Tower, good afternoon, continue approach 1820, wind check 280 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots. Boa tarde, behind landing traffic, landing from 5, line up behind.
Behind traffic, traffic on uniform 5, line up and wait behind us, Cal 192, boa tarde.
Behind the landing traffic.
Landing traffic runway 20, by uniform 5, line up and wait behind us, Cal 192.
Terminal approach, please. Here. Down I-32, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 35 knots, 1820, clear for immediate takeoff, on full.
Takeoff, runway 20, Cal 192, positive.
PH4 Lima Charlie, continue right uniform and then Golf 2, contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Well, Golf 2, ground 155, fully limited.
Alpine 39 Papa Mike, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 26 knots. Sorry, 27 Lima, wind 290 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, gusting 26 knots, 1820, clear land. Alpine 39 Papa Mike, reduce speed to 160 knots or less. Turkish 5 Lima Hotel Lisboa, hello, are you ready?
Turkish 5 Lima Hotel.
5 Lima Hotel, behind the landing traffic by uniform 5, line up and wait behind, please expedite landing up.
Landing traffic, line up runway 20, behind. Expedite, Turkish 5 Lima Hotel.
Mike 39 Papa Mike, we just give me a first speed. Turkish 5 Lima Hotel, wind 270 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for rolling takeoff.
20 clear for rolling takeoff, bye bye Turkish 5 Lima Hotel.
727 Lima, continue right uniform and then Lima contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Okay.
11755, bye-bye.
11055.
11755.
755.
Alpine 39 Papa Mike, continue approach, traffic rolling, wind check 260 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 30 knots. Papa Mike, runway 20, clear flight. Alpha 2 Yankee Bravo, Lisboa, hello, are you ready?
Ready for departure with Yankee Bravo.
Yankee Bravo by uniform 5 line up, runway 20.
Uniform 5 line up, runway 20 with Mazda 1 uniform Bravo. Wind check.
Wind check at the end is 270 degrees, 17 knots, gusting 31 knots. Alpine 39 Papa Mike, continue right uniform and then Lima contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Contact ground 11755, bye-bye.
Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon, pitching approach 1820, wind 260 degrees, 22 knots, gusting 33 knots. Up to Yankee Bravo, wind 270 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 31 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, with Manta 2, Yankee Bravo, bye-bye.
Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta QNH now 1012, wind 270 degrees, 19 knots. Variable between 230 and 310 degrees, gusting 33 knots, 1820, cleared by. Six Lisbon Tower, hello again, continue approach 1820, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 33 knots. Star 1906, winds 280 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 33 knots, 1820, cleared flight. Ryanair 77 Quebec Delta, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground wind 1755, bye-bye.
Lima, 1755,
016 Lisboa Tower, muito boa tarde, continue approach 1820, winds 280 degrees, 19 knots, gusting 33 knots. 035 Lisboa, boa tarde, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of the runway.
Cat 1 holding point, runway 20, hold short, final, touch go 035, boa tarde.
Del 035 behind the landing traffic by Alpha cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra 4 holding point.
Landing traffic, cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra holding point, touch go 035.
Hotel 3.
Roger. Continue to approach, cross traffic, crossing the runway, call you back. Go 906, continue, go for 2, contact ground 11755, good job. Hotel 016, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 33 knots, runway 20, clear flat. To Lisboa Tower, hello, are you ready?
Canavan 2802, AFM will be ready.
Canavan 2802 behind the line traffic by uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Canavan 2802 while now landing Alpha C21, line up and wait on 20, uniform 5.
And back to Juliet, hello, continue approach, runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 33 knots. Canavan 2820. Going one back to previous terminal approach speed. Quebec, Juliet, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 30 knots, 1820, clear flat. Cal 035, Lisboa Tower, boa tarde, behind traffic on short final 1820 via Sierra, line up and wait behind. Rail Mark 982, Lisboa Tower, good afternoon, continue approach 1820, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 26 knots. Negative sir, not clear to land, continue approach, wind check 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 26 knots. 035, wind 290 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 250 and 340 degrees, gusting 26 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff on board.
Clear takeoff, 20, Portugal, 035, heavy, obrigado.
Calling 1 Quebec Juliet, continue right uniform and then go for correction, and then Lima, contact ground, 11755, bye-bye.
Inform Lima, 11755.
So 112 Tango, hello, approaching approach 1820, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, gusting 26 knots. Rock 982, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, gusting 26 knots, 1820, clear. Check 280 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots. South 011, boa tarde, this is the Cat 1 holding point 175. 011 via Tango, cross runway 20, continue to Sierra for holding point.
Via Tango, cross runway 20, Sierra for holding point, Portugal, 011.
Rock 982, continue by the right uniform and then go to contact ground 11755. Vessel 11 Juliet to Tango, there's traffic crossing the runway and there's also follow me performing a partial runway inspection. I'll call you back. Traffic crossing the runway, call you back. Vessel 11 Juliet Tango, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 24 knots, 1820, clear flight. South 009 Lisboa, boa tarde, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on Tango 5, full short of the runway.
Cat 1 holding point to runway 20, old short runway, Tango 5, Hotel 009.
Call 009 behind the landing traffic via Tango cross runway 20 behind, continue to Sierra 4.
Cross runway 0.
EG54 Kilo Delta Lisboa. 54 Kilo Delta, District Coast 1820, wind 280 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 24 knots. Okay. Runway 11 Juliet Tango, continue straight ahead, Lima, contact ground 11755, bye-bye. EG54 Kilo Delta, there's a follow me on the runway, performing a partial runway inspection, I'll call you back. Bravo Zulu, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24 knots. Kilo Delta, continue approach, wind check 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24 knots. EG54 Kilo Delta, runway 20, clear flat. Fine 86 Delta Whiskey, hello, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can we have a wind check?
Wind check at the end is 280 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 27.
Roger. Delta 96 Delta Whiskey, we're full ready.
Uniform, line up and wait 1820, Alpine 86 Delta Whiskey.
From line up and wait 1820, Alpine 86 Delta Whiskey. 5 over there.
Roger, continue, go 2. 54 Kilo Delta, ground 11755, bye-bye.
21755, 5 over Delta, bye-bye.
Fine 86 Delta Whiskey, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, gusting 27 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff and full.
Clear for takeoff and wait to Alpine 86 Delta Whiskey.
Check 270 degrees, 20 knots. 05 Bravo Zulu Desert, follow me on the runway, performing a partial runway inspection. I'll call you right back. Boy 55 Hotel Yankee, hello, continue approach 1820, winds 270 degrees, 12 knots, gusting 24 knots. That is 05 Bravo Zulu, winds 270 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, gusting 24 knots, 1820, clear flight. Call 011, boa tarde, behind line traffic via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Call 011, winds 270 degrees, 9 knots, gusting 20 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, full full. South 53 Romeo, hello, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of the runway.
One holding point, hold short Alpha 6, pode chegar 250 up.
Short of the runway.
Short of the runway, pode chegar 250 up.
That is 05 Bravo Zulu, continue right uniform and then Lima, contact ground 11755, bye-bye. Delta 53 Romeo behind the departing 330 via Alpha cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4, please expedite.
Behind the departing A330 via Alpha 6, cross runway 20 behind, and then Sierra 4, pode chegar 250 up.
So 855 Hotel Yankee, continue approach, traffic crossing the runway, call you back. So 855 Hotel Yankee, winds 280 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 22 knots, 1820, clear flight. Down 455, boa tarde, continue approach 1820, winds 280 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 22 knots. Call 009, Lisboa, boa tarde, behind running traffic via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. and wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, 1820, clear for takeoff on full. So 55 Hotel Yankee, continue by the right uniform and then Lima, contact ground 121755, bye-bye.
Lima 121755, bye-bye, France Soleil, 55 Hotel Yankee.
Boa tarde, 9688, unit 45, we're fully ready.
Copy that. Ground 455, there's a follow me on the runway performing a partial runway inspection, I'll call you back.
Tower, muito boa tarde, 38 kg juntos.
Star 1455, wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 1820, clear flat. Direto, special message.
Vocês daí da torre devem ver o banco de pássaros que está aqui na zona do Uniform 5.
Transmitido. Finance 5 with keep up a relocation approach 1820, wind 270 degrees, 13 knots, guessing 23 knots. Finance 9688 via uniform lineup runway 20.
Yes, Australia, up runway 20, Narrows 9688.
1455, continue right uniform, contact ground 1755. And then 9688, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 25 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye.
Clear for takeoff, bye, thank you, Runner 9688.
985, we keep up with a few minutes approach speed. Approach 180, wind 280, speed 16 knots. Alpine 85, Whiskey Papa, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Delta 253 Romeo Lisboa, boa tarde, behind the traffic on short final 1820 via Sierra 4 line up and wait behind. Want to reduce your mirror brake speed. Romeo winds 270 degrees 10 knots, gusting 22 knots, 1820 clear for takeoff on board. Fine 85 Whiskey Papa, continue right uniform and then Lima to stand 424.
Stay right on uniform and then Lima stand 424. Muito obrigado. Well done.
Alpine 85 Whiskey Papa, bye-bye and morning scrap.
Also Alpine 85 Whiskey.
Bird 510, winds 280 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 230 and 310 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear flat. Cal 38 Kilo Juliet, hello again, behind traffic on short final 1820, by uniform 5 line up and wait behind.
Outra vez, behind the landing traffic, runway 20 by uniform 5 line up and wait, runway 20 behind airport, 38 Kilo Juliet.
South 38 Kilo Juliet, winds 270 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 28 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff on hold.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, airport, 38 Kilo Juliet, Victoria.
To Lima Papa, hello, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on Alpha 6, full chart of the runway.
Good day, ATN, Lima Bravo, just confirm we are clear to cross on starting cross runway 02 and also for Nato.
There was not a clearance with the aircraft behind the departure traffic via Alpha cross runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4.
And departing traffic cross runway 20 behind and also to Lima Bravo.
Speedbird 510, continue, go to contact ground 11755.
11755,
Airpress 5 Jack Mike, hello, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, 2220.
Uniform 5, 120, wait.
Three Echo Mike, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 28 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
For takeoff 20, France 53 Command, bye-bye.
One hello, continue approach, 1820, wind 280 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 26 knots. Charlie, Lisboa Tower, hello, via Uniform 5, line up and wait, 2220.
6 Charlie, good day, via Uniform 5, line up to 0 at night.
To 5 Vita Lisboa, boa tarde, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on tank 5, full short of the runway. Delta 5 Vita, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on tank 5, full short of the runway.
Runway, Tango 5, Portugal 225 Victor.
Negative on Cat 1 holding point.
1 holding point, Portugal 225 Victor.
Airwing 6 Charlie, wind 280 degrees, 18 knots, gusting 29 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Charlie 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Behind the departure traffic via tank, crossing runway 20 behind and continue to Sierra 4.
Behind the traffic on runway 20, off runway via Tango 5 to Sierra 4, behind the Portugal 225 Victor.
1981, continue approach, traffic crossing runway, call you back. Welling 1981, wind 280 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 230 and 300 degrees, gusting 28 knots, 1820, clear flight. Agent 3 Lima Papa, hello again, behind traffic on short final 1820 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Lisbon 6 Fox Yankee, hello, continue approach 1820, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 28 knots. Papa, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, gusting 25 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Welling 1981, continue by the right, uniform 1, contact ground 11755, bye.
Back to the right, uniform 1 and ground 11755, 1981.
Down 863, boa tarde, continue to the Cat 1 holding point on Alpha 6, hold short of the runner. Down 1863. Down 1863, Lisboa. Short of the runner now. Top 616 Foxtrot Yankee, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 28 knots, 1820, clear flight. Down 1863 behind the traffic on short final via Alpha cross 1820 behind and continue to Sierra 4.
The traffic on final cross runway 20 via Alpha 6.
Behind.
Behind.
Delta 25 Victor Lisboa, hello, behind the landing traffic via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Foxtrot Yankee, continue by the right uniform and then go to contact ground 11755, bye-bye. Delta 25 Victor, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 25 knots, 20 clear for takeoff. One 863 via Sierra, line up and wait, 1820.
Sierra 4, line up and wait, 1820, Aeroporto, 1863.
Delta 61 Lisboa, boa tarde, vai a Tango Cross 1820, continue to Sierra 4.
Tango Cross 1820, continue to Sierra 4, Aeroporto, Delta 61. 31 November Echo, ready.
I'll be back. Tower 863, wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 23 knots, 1820, clear for takeoff, over.
Nine and 105. Portugal 225 Victor.
Okay, Portugal 25 Victor.
Contact for departures 119 and 105. 51 November Echo, line up and wait for 80. Line up and wait, runway 20, 21 November Echo.
Check 290 degrees, 12 knots. Alpine 31 November Echo, wind 270 degrees, 18 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff runway 20, Alpine 31 November Echo. Is 127 with the bird temp. There's several seagulls on uniform 5.
Search 127, Roger, thank you. Portugal 261, good advise when ready. Portugal 261, confirm ready. Portugal 261 via Sierra 4, line up and wait for runway 20. Portugal 261, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 320 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. 127 via Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, the third is 127.
First 127, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, reserves 127.
Alpine 45, Golf Hotel, Lisboa Tower via Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
Alpine 45, Golf Hotel, we need 1 minute and a half. Is that still okay for you?
Alpine 45, Golf Hotel, affirm.
The line up and wait runway 20 via Uniform 5, Alpine 45, Golf Hotel.
Iberia 05 Alpha Delta, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 24 knots. Alpine 45 Golf Hotel, advise ready for departure.
We'll go in 20 seconds, Alpine 45 Golf Hotel. Departure Alpine 45 Golf Hotel.
Alpine 45 Golf Hotel, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 220 and 300 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 45 Golf Hotel, good day.
Air Portugal 029, Lisboa Tower, behind departing traffic, runway 20, via Tango, cross runway 20, behind.
And takeoff, runway 2, cross to runway 2, behind.
.05 Alpha Delta, continue approach runway 20, expect late landing clearance, traffic crossing the runway. Portugal 029er, please expedite.
Portugal 029.
Iberia 05 Alpha Delta, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 15 Charlie Victor, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, winds 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24 knots. EV14 Delta Bravo, Lisboa Tower, via uniform, cross runway 20, give way to TAP traffic from left to right on Seattle.
Uniform 5, cleared to cross runway 20, give way to on 214 Delta Bravo.
Aviation 05 Alpha Delta, continue right on uniform, Lima, contact ground 121.755.
Right, for 121.755, 051, thank you.
After uniform, Lima. Portugal 1558, Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, winds 280 degrees, 17 knots. Portugal 15 Charlie Victor, winds 280 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 250 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Portugal 029er behind traffic on short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Portugal 029er winds 270 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 29er knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 15 Charlie Victor, continue right on uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 1558, wind is 270 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Affirm, Hotel 3. Easy 14 Delta Bravo, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. For Delta Bravo, wind 280 degrees, 900 knots, variable between 240 and 330 degrees, gusting 900 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1558, we continue via Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 233, Lisboa Tower, continue to Cat 1 holding point, hold short runway 20.
2 Cat 1 holding point, runway 20, Portugal 233.
Confirm hold short runway 20.
Hold short runway 20, Portugal 233.
Portugal 233 via Tango, cross runway 20 and continue via Sierra to Sierra 4 holding point, runway 20.
Cross, runway, cross runway.
Portugal 20 Lima, Lisboa Tower, V uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, be advised traffic crossing your run.
By uniform 5, line up runway 20, wait and copy information, Portugal 20.
Portugal 20 Lima, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Portugal 20 Lima.
Portugal 1017, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 24 knots. Transavia 46 Golf, Lisboa Tower via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, Transavia 46 Golf.
Transavia 46 Golf, wind 270 degrees, 100 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, gusting 30 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Transavia 46 Golf.
Ryanair 957 Golf, standby.
Just information, is there any which report at your departure?
Portugal 1017, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 957 Golf, you were inspected to standby, sir. Traffic was close to touchdown. No wind chill reported in 1 hour and a half.
Portugal 233 behind traffic on short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. to 35 Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, gusting 26 knots. Portugal 233, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 1017, continue right on uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755. Wind check 280 degrees, 13 knots. Portugal 4 Bravo Echo Lisboa Tower, continue to cut 1 holding point, all short runway 20.
Continue to cut 1 all short runway 20, Portugal 4 Bravo Echo.
Portugal 4 Bravo Echo via Alpha cross runway 20, continue via Sierra to Sierra 4 holding point runway 20.
Continue across runway 20, holding point runway 20, Portugal.
Lince 35, continue approach runway 20, expect late landing clearance, traffic crossing the runway. Line 17 Bravo Hotel Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, gusting 26. Lince 35, wind 270 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 957 Golf, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
At the landing traffic on short final will line up 20 by uniform 5 behind, Ryanair 957 Golf.
Ryanair 957 Golf, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 30 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff to 0, Ryanair 957.
Lane 35, continue right on uniform, Golf 2, contact ground 121.755.
Very good evening, boarding for 2 Tango Golf, ready sequence. For 2 Tango Golf.
Please stand by on 118.105.
Pine 17 Bravo Hotel, wind 270 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Ryanair 12 Lima Hotel, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, winds 270 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 26 knots.
Rough wet, line up and wait, right 0.
For the Bravo Echo, wind 280 degrees, 10 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, gusting 21 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Alpine 17 Bravo Hotel, continue right on uniform, Lima, standard 426. 230 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. Go 564 Charlie, Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind, FTL 56 Hotel.
Charlie, wind 280 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, FTL 56 Hotel, Delgado passing.
Liner 12 Lima Hotel, continue right on uniform, Lima, contact ground 11.755. Go 1934 Lisboa Tower, behind departing traffic, runway 20 via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind.
Good night, behind departing traffic via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind us, tower 935.
Rolling 4 to Tango Golf, Lisboa Tower via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, be advised, traffic crossing the runway.
Via uniform 5, line up and wait runway 20, copy traffic.
Scala 934, runway 20 vacated.
Portugal 1934, Roger, continue via Sierra to Sierra 4, holding point, runway 20.
Continue via Sierra to Sierra 4, holding point, runway 20, right for Scala 934.
Calling 42 Tango Golf, wind 280 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 240 and 320 degrees, gusting 24 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Portugal 67, November Papa, Lisboa Tower, via uniform 5, land up and wait, runway 20.
5, 1 up and right, runway 20, Portugal 7, November Papa, 1 up.
Portugal 67 November Papa, winds 280 degrees, 15 knots, variable between 240 and 320 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff for 90, Portugal 67 November.
Portugal 1934 via Sierra 4, line up and wait, runway 20. Portugal 1934, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, variable between 230 and 320 degrees, gusting 26 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff. LA 77 Sierra Golf, Lisboa Tower via Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20, Sierra Golf, Bata.
LA 77 Sierra Golf, wind 280 degrees, 20 knots, variable between 240 and 320 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 20, 137 Sierra Golf, sorry.
Portugal 835, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots. Iberia 05 Kilo Golf, wind 280 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 320 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, Iberia 05 Kilo Golf.
Portugal 835, winds 280 degrees, 13 knots, variable between 240 and 310 degrees, runway 20, clear to land. PC 829 Quebec Bravo, Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait, behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up and wait behind runway 20, easy 89 Quebec Bravo.
The 829 Quebec Bravo, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 20, easy 89 Quebec Bravo.
Air Portugal 835, continue via Foxtrot, contact ground 121.755. Portugal 57 Lima Kilo, Lisboa Tower via uniform 5, line up and wait, runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up, runway 20 and wait at Portugal 57 Lima Kilo.
Portugal 57 Lima Kilo, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, 1257 Lima Kilo.
50 Sierra Victor, Lisboa Tower. France LA 50 Sierra Victor, Lisboa Tower.
France LA 50 Sierra Victor, hold short runway 20, ready for departure.
France LA 50 Sierra Victor, Roger, via Uniform 5, line up and wait for runway 20.
Uniform 5, line up and wait for runway 20, France LA 50 Sierra Victor.
Korean 9021 Heavy Lisboa Tower, continue approach runway 20, winds 280 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 22 knots. Korean 9021 negative, continue approach runway 20. Roger. France LA 50 Sierra Victor, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, variable between 240 and 300 degrees, gusting 31 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
20, clear for takeoff, France LA 50 Sierra Victor.
Portugal 903 Mike Alpha Lisboa Tower, continue to cut 1 holding point, runway 20.
Portugal 93 Mike up.
Portugal 903 Mike Alpha via Alpha cross runway 20, continue via Sierra to Sierra 4 holding point runway 20.
Cross runway 20, continue Sierra 4 holding point ready. Portugal 93 up.
Korean 9021, wind 280 degrees, 9 knots, variable between 220 and 310 degrees, gusting 22 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Alpine 32 November Zulu Lisboa Tower, behind traffic on short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Traffic short final, runway 20 via Uniform 5, line up and wait behind. Alpine 32 November Zulu, attached.
Portugal 37 Charlie November, Lisboa Tower, continue approach, runway 20, wind 280 degrees, 11 knots, gusting 22 knots. Korean Air 921, Roger, Hotel 3, then Golf 2.
Hotel 3, Golf 2, 921.
Alpine 32 November Zulu, wind 280 degrees, 13 knots, gusting 23 knots, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 0, Alpine 32 November Zulu.
Korean Air 921, contact ground 121.755.
Marroco 983, boa noite, taxi via Alpha, expedite crossing runway 20.
Expediting, crossing runway 20, confirm, while Mark 983.
Marroco 983, affirm, cross runway 20, expedite.
Expediting, while Mark 983, we cross runway 20.
Marroco 983, after crossing runway 20, continue via Alpha, Sierra to Sierra for holding point.
Sierra 4 holding point, while Mark 98.
Golf 37 Charlie November, wind 260 degrees 15 knots, variable 22310, runway 20, clear to land. Golf 93 Mike Alpha, boa noite, behind the traffic on final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. L3. Roger, that's L3. Al 93 Mike Alpha, wind 260 degrees 9 knots, variable 220310, maximum 22, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Al 37 Charlie November, Golf 2, ground 12755, runway. 0576 Tower Hill, continue approach. Z576, QNH 1013, wind 70 degrees 14 knots, maximum 26, runway 20. It's 5 Mike, QNH 1013, continue approach. Rock 983, reverse QNH 1013, brake, behind traffic, short final runway 20, line up and wait behind. Rock 983, you can continue to cut one holding point and behind the traffic, line up and wait behind. Check 270 degrees 14 knots, variable 240, 300, maximum 26. Lima Rock 983, wind 260 degrees 13 knots, variable 230, 310, maximum 23, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye. Wizz 576, turn right on uniform, continue via uniform 1, contact ground on 1755.
Right, uniform, on 1.
1933, boa tarde, continue approach. Delta 03, continue to Alpha 6, visual loading point, hold short runway 20.
Visual point runway 20. Air Delta 0.
Hold short runway 20.
Delta 203.
Del 556, text to Tango 5, visual loading point, hold short runway 20.
5 visual loading point, hold short runway 20, approximal 556.
Emirates 5 Mike, wind 270 degrees 13 knots, maximum 26, runway 20, clear flat. Now 556 behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Tango, cross runway 20 behind and hold short of Sierra.
Take a short final cross via Tango, cross runway 20 and hold short of Sierra, Portugal 556.
Alpha 03 behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind.
Behind the traffic landing. Cross runway 20 via Alpha 6 to Sierra, behind. Airport Alpha 203.
119 Quebec Hotel, reverse QNH 1013.
This was the one way, that's 619 Quebec Hotel.
619 Quebec Hotel, thank you. Read back correct, runway 20, line up and wait.
Open weight, runway 20, that's 619 Quebec Hotel.
Delta 03, after crossing runway, continue via Alpha and Sierra, Sierra 4 holding point, expedite.
After crossing Alpha Sierra Sierra 4 holding point, all short 20, expediting Delta 03.
Delta 556, after crossing, continue via Tango Sierra Sierra 4 holding point, give way to company 321 on your right hand side.
After crossing Tango Sierra Sierra 4 holding point, and then give the way to the Airbus 321 on our right side, Aeroporto 556.
Emirates 5 Mike, continue via Golf 2, hold short of Quebec, ground 11755, bye bye. Quebec Hotel, wind 270 degrees, 13 knots, variable 220300, maximum 20, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
For takeoff, runway 20 to 619 Quebec Hotel, bye bye.
Gal 1933, winds 270 degrees, 17 knots, runway 20, clear to land. Section 431 Bravo, good day, continue approach. Section 431 Bravo, good day, continue approach. Section 431 Bravo, speed 160 knots.
Tower 189, and take to the Victor Mike, fully ready.
Stand by. As instructed, I will call it. Delta 03, confirm ready. 03 behind company traffic, short funnel to 0 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Delta 03, wind 270 degrees, 12 knots, variable 20310, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Now 1933, uniform Golf 2, ground 11755. 431 Bravo, wind 260 degrees, 14 knots, maximum 25, runway 20, clear plan. FTL 556 behind the traffic, short funnel, runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Aviation 5 Lima low, we check 260 degrees, 15 knots, maximum 25, continue. Then uniform 1 and Golf.
On Golf 2, fraction 421 Bravo.
556, wind 260 degrees, 13 knots, variable 220, 310, maximum 23, 120, clear for takeoff, coming. Fraction 431 Bravo, ground 11755, bye-bye. Aviation 5 Lima, wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, variable 240, 300, runway 20, clear line. NS63 Victor Mike behind the traffic on final runway 20 via uniform 5, line up and wait behind.
Behind traffic on first final info, line up and wait behind, land.
137, boa tarde. Roger, approach, we check 270 degrees 16. F6 360 Mike, wind 270 degrees 12 knots, variable 20310, maximum 24, runway 20, close for takeoff, coming. 795 Lima, did you experience wind shear? No wind shear, continue via uniform and Lima, contact ground at 1755, bye bye. Okay, there was wind shear, but negative wind shear, thank you. 1755, via uniform and Lima. The 511, runway 20, line up and wait, be ready for immediate departure.
Runway 20, okay, speed there 511.
Now 1337, previous landing traffic reported negative wind shear. The 511, wind 260 degrees 17 knots, variable 240, 310, maximum 27, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye bye.
Okay, takeoff 20, speed 511.
Now 1337, 270 degrees 18 knots, variable 40300, runway 20, clear plan. 934, go noise behind traffic, short funnel, runway 20, via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Yeah, the final runway 20, line up and wait behind.
Delta 81, boa noite, taxi Alpha 6, visual over fine, hold short, runway 20.
Taxi Alpha 6, visual runway 20,
cross runway 20, taxi to Sierra for over fine.
Cross runway 20, taxi to Sierra over fine.
934, company 330, crossing runway.
934, push.
1337, continue via Lima, contact ground 1755 on 8.
934, wind 270 degrees, 21 knots. Variable 240310, runway 20, clear for takeoff, 18.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, Porsche 94, 18.
Delta Charlie, uniform 500, to line up runway.
We are uniform 5, line up and wait on 231, Delta Charlie.
Delta, correction, Berlin 1, Delta Charlie, wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, variable 230, 290, maximum 25, runway 20, clear for takeoff, adios.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, point 1, Delta Charlie, adios.
Line 34, Lisboa.
Go ahead.
Approach 109 105,
Obrigado, temos algum tirados quase.
tirados 4, obrigado. Now 58 aqui, boa noite, aqui uniform runway 20, lá na noite.
Boa noite, runway 20, vai uniform 5, vertical 58
6645, boa noite. Taxi via Alpha, cross runway 20, expedite cross.
Right, cross runway 20 via Alpha and expedite via Y-Star 6645.
58 Yankee traffic crossing runway.
Copy.
After crossing, continue via Sierra for holding point.
After crossing, continue via Sierra 4 for White 6645.
Torre o 50 aqui. Se fosse possível a seguir a descolagem em vez de pelo direito pela esquerda, nós agradecíamos.
Confirmo devido a mau tempo?
Afirmativo.
Ok, vou avisar o APP, senão está aprovado.
Obrigado.
Yankee, de acordo com o APP, só a partir dos 2600 é que pode desviar.
Obrigado.
58 Yankee, wind 270 degrees, 16 knots, variable 230300, maximum 27, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, vertical 58 Yankee, muito obrigado.
Olá, boa noite. When wind check at the midpoint, 280 degrees, 16 knots, variable 230, 300, maximum 27. Now 169er to wind 270 degrees, 17 knots, maximum 32, runway 20, clear to land. Operator 1 behind the traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Boa noite. 330 lining up, continue approach. One wind 280 degrees, 17 knots, variable 240, 300, maximum 33, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Now 1692, continue via Uniform Lima, ground 11755. Cal 563, traffic is now rolling, continue approach, wind check 280 degrees, 15 knots, variable 240, 310, maximum 32. Cal 563, 290 degrees, 14 knots, variable 240, 310, maximum 32, runway 20, plus 1. By star 6645 behind traffic, short final runway 20 via Sierra 4, line up and wait behind. Heavy, boa noite, continue approach. Star 6645, wind 270 degrees 1 knots, variable 240, 320, maximum 27, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Canal 563, uniform, left on Golf 2, ground 12759, boa tarde. Degrees 15 knots, variable 240310, maximum 27, runway 20, clear plan. And 06 Delta, hello, speed 160 knots, continue approach. Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel, boa noite, behind the traffic, short final running to 0, line up and wait behind.
And the traffic on short final, line up and wait runway 20 behind Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel. Romeo Hotel, wind 290 degrees, 14 knots, variable 250, 310 degrees, maximum 27, runway 20, cleared for takeoff. Adios. Takeoff runway 20, Iberia 05 Romeo Hotel, adios.
For 652, continue via uniform, then left on Golf 2, ground 11755, boa tarde.
Uniform, left on Golf 2 and ground 11755 on over 652, boa noite.
Ryanair 906 Delta, after landing, vacate via Papa, wind 280 degrees, 12 knots, variable 240, 310, maximum 24, runway 20, clear plan. 106518, continue approach. No AT60 restrictions, no traffic to depart. Nine 906 Delta after Papa, continue via Lima. Delta, contact ground on 1755, bye bye. Now 1065, wind 270 degrees 16 knots, variable 240310, runway 20, with land. Whiskey Tower, olá, boa tarde, continue approach. Check 270 degrees 19 knots, variable 240310, maximum 29 knots. Lima Charlie, Regras, Del 75 Lima Charlie, boa noite. Continue via Uniform, cross runway 20, then Sierra para o Limpar.
Boa noite, Uniform, cross runway 20, Sierra for Portugal, 75 Lima Charlie.
One 1065, continue via Uniform and Lima, contact ground on 1755, boa noite. 43 Whiskey, wind 280 degrees 13 knots, variable 240310, maximum 29er, runway 20, clear to land. Canada 83 November, boa noite. Behind traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind. Canada 83 November, Lisboa.
Tower Hello, runner 883 November, holding short uniform 5, runway 20, ready for departure in sequence.
Canada 83 November, boa noite. Behind the traffic, short final, runway 20 via uniform, line up and wait behind.
Uniform, behind the running traffic, line up and wait behind runway 20, runner 883 November.
Lima Golf, boa noite, taxi to Alpha 6, visual, holding point, hold short of runway 20.
Postman 1 Lima Golf, Alpha 6, visual holding point, hold short of runway 20.
Canada 883 November, wind 290 degrees 14 knots, maximum 27, runway 20, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Runway 20, clear for takeoff, runner 883 November, bye-bye.
Aviation 543 Whiskey, uniform and Golf 2, ground 11755 on it. Postman 1 Lima Golf, behind the departing traffic on runway 20, via Alpha, cross runway 20 behind.
Postman 1 Lima Golf, behind departing traffic on runway 20, cross runway 20 behind.
75 Lima Charlie, via Sierra 4, runway 20, line up and wait. Foxtrot 75 Lima Charlie, we are not ready. Roger, not ready. Short runway, advise ready. Lima Golf, continue via Alpha and Sierra, Sierra for holding point.
Postman 1 Lima Golf, continue via Alpha and Sierra, Sierra for holding point.
Lima Charlie, how long to be ready? Lima Charlie. Roger, do you have an estimate? 3 to 4 minutes, Roger. 7138, hello, continue approach, wind check 290 degrees 12 knots, variable 250310, maximum 33. Lima Charlie. Call 75 Lima Charlie, Roger, call you back. Canal 7138, no speed restrictions, high speed as practicable, wind 280 degrees 10 knots, variable 250310, maximum 33, runway 20, clear to land.